Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Hello out there in internet land. Hi, how are you doing? And what's up? My name is Brian Trippett. I am the Front Porch Conservative. I am joined tonight by my good buddy Reuben Christopher Haynes. We are doing live stream coverage of the 2024 Republican National Convention from Milwaukee, Wisconsin. We are on Rumble. We are on YouTube. And we are otherwise having a good time, or we're about to. We're basically waiting for the evening session to start. We're keeping an eye on all that. In the meanwhile, we're going to be talking about all kinds of interesting things. The news about Trump's Veep selection, the controversy that's raising inside the Democrat Party and the Republican Party. So, which kind of goes to the old question. If you're pissing off everybody, did you make the right choice? We're going to find out. Again, my name is Brian Trippett. I am known in social media circles as the Front Porch Conservative. This is my good buddy, Mr. Reuben Christopher Haynes, known as Mr. Smooth to everybody else. We are on YouTube. We're on Rumble. We're hanging out together. So please do us a favor. If you have an opportunity, please send out the link. Tell everybody to get in here. We're hanging out. We're talking to each other. We're hearing your opinions. We're going to have a good time tonight. Going to have a lot of fun. So please send out the link. If you are not subscribed to our channels, please do so. Reuben Christopher Haynes has a social media channel on YouTube. There's a crawler across the bottom of the screen. Please subscribe to Reuben's channel. Help him out. And you know where I stand on this issue. If you're not subscribed to my channel, what the heck's the matter with you, man? Where else can you get two gorgeous-looking guys like us in the same place? That's worth a sub right there, if nothing else. That's kind of what I said. Oh, it's going to be one of those nights, people. I can tell already. We're glad to have you here. Welcome to the Electronic Front Porch's coverage of the 2024 GOP Convention in Milwaukee, Wisconsin. A convention that's altogether taken on a completely different tone given what happened in Butler, Pennsylvania over the weekend. Reuben and I haven't really had a chance to talk about it that much, but we will get into it. Thank you guys so much for being here. Glad to have you. Reuben, how you doing tonight?
I'm good. I'm just kind of tired, so I'll be in and out as you'll see me here, but I'll be here. It's been very interesting seeing all of what's been going on here, and we're living in it's a very strange times. As we started the whole conversation before we started the stream, and even before we started the year, we talked about this back in 2023. 2024 will be a very interesting year, and it's been proved that we are halfway through it, and it has been a wild year. That's all I can say.
Woo, brother, you have, should I have had attempted assassination on my bingo card? Probably. Did I think I would ever have to do it? Not really.
Right.
Buenas noches, young lady. We're glad to have you here in the house tonight. Yeah, we're basically, we're looking at down. They're about to start the evening session. We've got an idea of the order of speakers, and I'll know exactly where we're at here momentarily when I see who walks out to the stage. The first night of the conventions, the first day of it so far has been absolutely interesting. This is something to behold. I'm not kidding you here. Right now, there's a video going on in the background. I'll go ahead and pop this up on here just to let people have a look at it. But you can see in the background, like I say, we are now live on the convention floor. Good evening again, Miss Tesla. How are you doing tonight? And we're basically watching a video that's being played in the background. We'll bring it back up when we see who the speaker is. Reuben, I haven't really had a chance to talk to you, and we talked somewhat backstage before we got started tonight. Your thoughts on what happened in Butler, Pennsylvania?
I remember Reagan's assassination attempt. I've read about Kennedy, and again, I was around when Martin Luther King passed away in 1968, and we're living in very, very weird times. Your devices, your televisions, your media is being turned against you slowly. It's a progression. Mm-hmm. The vitriol that is going on now, the exemplification of everything that's been happening in the last few days has been the immediate reaction that CNN, MSNBC said. Trump, startled by noises, cowers away. Again, all they want is to see him fall down. They want to see him destroyed. But remember, it's not Trump. It's you. It's me. It's everyone in the stream here. It's people who know that no longer, you're not trusted. I don't watch television anymore. I watch this. Us. People out there. And we're watching this now. Think about this. We're watching this on RSBN, totally different network doing it because no one believes what's going on here. Let's hear what's going on here. Yeah.
Let's see. Yeah, let me pull this up. As always, folks, please give us a sound check. Let us know everything's working correctly. This is Michael Whatley, the chairman of the Republican Party. And they have gavelled the session to order.
Delegates and alternate delegates, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the 2024 Republican National Convention. To give the invocation, please welcome Most Reverend Jerome Listecki, Catholic Archbishop of Milwaukee.
And let us pray. Lord, we thank you for our nation. Our founding fathers held these truths self-evident, that all are created equal, endowed by their Creator with certain unalienable rights, including life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. For 248 years, we have sustained this vision to guard the dignity of every life from conception to natural death, to protect their liberty, especially to speak freely and to worship you, and to support their pursuit of happiness through this life to the next. We pray that you assist our elected officials and candidates always to protect our freedoms, to preserve our democracy, and to govern fairly. Grant them the wisdom every day to place the good of our nation above personal interests and to cherish our union. Teach us all to respect justice and our equality before the law. Lord, protect our military. Teach us gratitude, that we may never forget their selfless sacrifice, and protect also our first responders, police, firefighters, and EMTs, for their bravery too gives us peace. There is a sacrifice that all Americans make to participate in the political process. We ask you to receive his servant, Corey Compantadere, and we pray for those who were injured, demonstrating their commitment to our democratic process. Let us offer a moment of silence. In the words of George Washington, Almighty God, keep the United States of America in thy holy protection, and incline the hearts of the citizens to a brotherly affection and love for one another. Through Jesus Christ, our Lord. Amen.
Amen. Amen.
Please rise for the presentation of colors. The colors are presented by the Hartford Police Department Honor Guard. Let's give them a warm welcome.
Left. Left. Left.
Folks.
Left. 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 Detail, halt. Order, arms. Ready, cut.
Please remain standing for the Pledge of Allegiance and the national anthem.
Right shoulder, arms. Present, arms.
If you will, follow me. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Now, to perform the national anthem, please welcome the Great Lakes Adult and Teen Challenge Choir.
If you're just joining us, my name is Brian Trippett. I am the Front Porch Conservative. I am joined tonight by my good friend Ruben Christopher Haynes. We are watching the 2024 convention in Milwaukee of the Republican National Party, the nomination process. The roll call of the states was earlier today. Donald Trump has been officially declared the nominee of his party. He has chosen as his running mate United States Senator J.D. Vance from Ohio. The ticket is now set. We are now basically going through the pomp and the pageantry that is a political convention. Now, for those of you that have watched a few of these on occasion, they did something a little different. They did the roll call of the states on the very first day, which for my part, I did not enjoy. I think it ought to be done in prime time, but that's just me. There's a band up there that's playing right now. And if I'm not mistaken, this is, I believe, a musical group that's headed up by a young man named Chris Jansen. The lineup of speakers tonight will include Marjorie Taylor Greene, Lieutenant Governor Mark Robinson of North Carolina, Representatives Wesley Hunt, John James from Texas and Michigan, respectively, Sarah Workman from Everyday American, United States Senator Katie Britt from Alabama, Senator Tim Scott, Governor Glenn Youngkin of Virginia. There is a quite a few folks tonight. Now some of them may have spoken earlier in the day. We'll see, but that's the lineup for day one, and it's pretty power packed. I have to say that. So we're basically waiting for the first speaker to roll up, and just as soon as we've got that, we will let you know. To answer questions here, no, Mr. Trump has not made an appearance yet, but he has most certainly made his presence felt with the selection of J.D. Vance of Ohio as his running mate. And some people find this to be a surprise. Some people are disappointed. Some people are concerned. I mean, I'm not going to lie. I mean, I was supporting the candidacy of Vance for the Veep, and everybody, I kind of went through my reasons this afternoon, but, we will see how all this shakes out short and long term. I mean, Ruben, have you got, just out of curiosity, I'll throw it to you. And, if you're pulling a couple things together there in the background, your thoughts about Vance as the Veep selection.
So I wanted Vivek, but I was happy with anybody else. And not Rubio or not anything like that. But
agreed.
But the thing is that if it wasn't going to be Vivek, then Vance would be the next choice. If you want to go bold like Gabbard, not Gabbard, Gabbard and who else? Like you were doing like a Hail Mary, like a Robert Kennedy Jr. or whatever. But yeah, it's a good choice, and looking forward to it. He's 39, so still young.
Oh yeah, and actually, if I understand correctly, he is the third youngest vice presidential candidate in the history of the Republican Party. Interesting historical factoid: James Buchanan's vice president was the youngest. Richard Nixon was second, and right now Vance and Nixon would be the same age.
What?
And oh yeah. Mm-hmm. Huh? Oh yeah. Nixon went into the vice presidency at age 40.
Wow.
Vance will turn 40 in August. Matter of fact, it's coming up here in about.
Yeah.
I think Vance's birthday is August the 2nd. But yeah, while we're waiting, and I'm just going to keep a brief eye on what's going on. Let me see if I can give you some facts about Vance. Relatively young man, graduated Ohio State. He served in the United States Marine Corps in Iraq.
Yeah.
So graduated Ohio State, graduated Yale Law School, where he and Vivek Ramaswamy were classmates together. Oh yeah, they were classmates. Matter of fact, Vivek tells the story that it'd be nothing for them on a Sunday afternoon to go down to the local bar, hang out, watch Bengals games together.
Interesting.
Oh yeah. No,
so what do you think about Vivek's for Secretary of State? Too green?
I don't have a problem with that. I got a better idea though. Why don't we just put him as the U.S. Senator to replace JD?
Oh yeah, you're right.
Because they're both from Ohio. Now, some people are speculating, is that the squeeze play that Trump would put on if he wins the presidency? No idea. I mean, and the concern that many people have is, and understandably so. Hang on, we have a speaker coming to the podium. Let's see who this is. It is the chairman, Michael Watley. Let's see who he's about to introduce.
Delegates, guests, elected officials, and Republicans across the country, welcome to the 2024 Republican National Convention. We are honored to have you here in Milwaukee. Just days ago, we witnessed a horrifying assassination attempt against President Trump at his rally in Pennsylvania. We are praying for President Trump. We are praying for the injured We are praying for the family of Corey Compatore. We must unite as a party, and we must unite as a nation. We must show the same strength and resilience as President Trump and lead this nation to a greater future. Four years ago, Europe and the Middle East were at peace. Our southern border was secure, and our military was stronger than ever. 4 years ago, America was respected abroad, and Americans could afford groceries at home. Tonight, everything is different. Russia has invaded Ukraine. Iran and its proxies have openly attacked Israel, and China is threatening Taiwan. More than 10 million illegal immigrants have flooded across our border, posing a direct threat to our communities, and inflation is crushing families from coast to coast. I am here tonight as the chair of your Republican Party to tell you it does not have to be this way. And I am here tonight to tell you that we have a solution. Elect Donald J. Trump as the 47th President of the United States. Only President Trump can unite us and restore our economy, rebuild our southern border, and regain our standing in the world. When I became chairman of the RNC, I pledged to do three things to make that happen. First, we are going to get out the vote. Second, we are going to protect the ballot.
We'll see.
And third, we are going to hold a world-class convention.
Well, everyone loves a good party.
As long as I am your chairman, these will be the RNC's only priorities, because our number one objective is to win this election.
If you're just joining us, we're doing live stream coverage of the RNC's convention.
I am pleased to say that tonight we are kicking off the biggest and best convention in the history of the Republican Party, and we are united. This election is not just about the next 4 years. It's about future generations of Americans to come. I am so proud to serve as the chairman of your Republican National Committee and to open this convention. And I am so proud to work with all of you to elect Donald J. Trump as our president and J.D. Vance as our vice president. And to make America wealthy again, safe again, strong again, and to make America great again. Thank you.
If you're just joining us, my name is Brian Trippett. I'm the Front Porch Conservative. I'm joined tonight by my colleague Ruben Christopher Haynes. We are doing live stream coverage of the Republican National Convention in Milwaukee, Wisconsin. If you are not subscribed to either one of our channels, please do me a favor and give us a sub. Ruben has a channel. I've got it on the crawler at the bottom of the screen. Please subscribe to his channel. If you're not subscribed to my channel on YouTube and on Rumble, please do me a favor, give me a sub over there. I would genuinely appreciate it. Also, if you wouldn't mind, share the word around, share the link, send. I mean, I know you, the folks who are here so far, you guys are amazing in your willingness to do that, to advertise this small little going concern of a channel. And everything you guys do is greatly appreciated. Yeah, the main theme of tonight is Make America Wealthy Again. So I'll be very interested to see who is brought up for the speakers. Looks like they're going back to the stage. So let's take a listen in on who's coming up. And like I said, I'll have a really good idea once I see who's coming to the stage. And it looks like Senator Ron Johnson, Republican from Wisconsin. Let's listen into what he has to say.
Welcome to Wisconsin. "170 years ago, the Republican Party was born here, founded on the principle of freedom and dedicated to the fight to end slavery. It is an honor and privilege to represent the good, decent, hardworking, and very nice people of Wisconsin in the U.S. Senate. Like most Americans, they believe the purpose of government is to help improve lives, not make them more difficult. Unfortunately, Vice President Harris and President Biden have made our lives less safe and far more expensive. In other words, a lot more difficult. Back in 2008, Joe Biden ran on a ticket promising to, quote, fundamentally transform America, unquote. They weren't joking. That was the Democrats' new radical far left agenda. Today's Democrat Party is not the party of our parents and grandparents. That party cared about workers and people struggling to get by. Now they are the party of open borders, reckless spending, weaponized government, and weakness on the world stage. This fringe agenda includes biological males competing against girls, and the sexualization and indoctrination of our children. Today's Democrat agenda, their policies, are a clear and present danger to America, to our institutions, our values, and our people. Democrats have forgotten American families. They have abandoned the hardworking middle class. But with President Trump and Republicans, those forgotten Americans are forgotten no more. Republicans are the party of opportunity, liberty, and prosperity for all. We proved we know how to make life better for all Americans, and we can do it again. With a secure border, smaller government, less regulation, and lower taxes. Republicans understand that Americans don't want welfare, they want work. They don't want woke equity, they want God-given equality. They want the promise of our founding documents, the right to pursue happiness. That's what Republicans will deliver. We've repaired the damage caused by Democrats before, and we will do it again. We will complete the mission President Trump first articulated in 2016 to make America great again. Thank you, and God bless you.
Establishment speech.
That was U.S. Senator Ron Johnson, Republican from Wisconsin, one of the host senators of this occasion. I would say I should say host senator, as his counterpart is Tammy Baldwin, a Democrat. Again, my name is Brian Trippett. I'm the Front Porch Conservative. I'm joined tonight by my good buddy Ruben Christopher Haynes. We are doing live stream coverage of the Republican National Convention, covering the speeches, going through some of what's happened today. Okay. All right. Nothing wrong with that. Ruben, your thoughts so far?
No, well, this speech was written way before anything happened to Trump, and it's a speech that it is very establishment based. It's based upon the line, and it's good that they got out of the way, because I would rather them not talk anything about what Biden is doing and Harris is doing.
Yeah.
Or about this same old tired line of what the Republicans say. I want them to say about what they're going to do, what they're going to do and how they're going to make a difference, which he did allude to a little bit. But again, very establishment, very much like, we're going to fight against them. We already know this. My God, we've been knowing this for time immemorial. We got to fight back.
Yes,
So.
It's like in other news, water is wet. I absolutely agree with you.
Yeah.
I mean, Johnson's speech was solid. I'm like you. It kind of felt like it had been written before Saturday.
Yes.
It almost felt like it. I mean, you see, here's going to be the fine line that I'm going to be fascinated to watch. I mean, it doesn't matter what the Republicans say. The Democrats will condemn them for it. They're going to say, you guys are not uniting the country. You guys are being hateful. You're being divisive. You're doing everything else. Okay, you expect that from the Democrats. So the line that the Republicans walk in this is going to be really interesting to watch.
Right.
I mean, I know that this is night number one. The finale is going to be, Trump's speech Thursday night.
Right.
Which that's going to take on a whole other interesting tone. We'll see what happens with it. Anyway, it looks like they're getting ready to go back to the stage. And let's see. They're going back to the stage. We'll see who's coming up next to speak. And again, my name is Brian Trippett on the Front Porch Conservative. Please subscribe to my channel on YouTube and Rumble. Also, please subscribe to my good friend Ruben's channel, which is listed below. Well, okay, we have someone.
There you go, music.
This should be interesting. He's wearing a brass Pro Shops hat. He's got to be American.
We're not squares.
We're not squares. We wear Bass Pro Shop hats. Daggone it. All right, let's see what kind of commentary we've got in chat. My prediction theory is correct. Vance would energize the important, frustrated Rust Belt voters of Wisconsin, Michigan, Pennsylvania. Smart move by Trump. I was thinking about that earlier today. There is one advantage to Trump taking Vance, and it's this. He can dispatch Vance to Pennsylvania, Ohio, Michigan, Wisconsin, and just have and Minnesota while you're at it. Just have JD work that loop.
Right.
In the meanwhile, Trump goes into New York, New Jersey, Virginia, Minnesota, New Mexico, maybe even Colorado on a whim, and go after those states that are considered the strongholds. I don't know, Ruben, if you've seen. Oh, there's Brick Suit. How's he doing? Oh, nice guy. All right, Chaya, we'll give you a little bit. I'll give you a little taste of this. There you go.
A small town life. I like my chili in a bowl. Fall on a Friday night. I love a cold beer can and
Ruben,
the
you
bitter
need to give me a
skin.
towel. I think my ears are starting to bleed.
Yeah, it's fine. It's fine. Leave it the way it is.
No,
Hold on now.
No, you can mute it. You can mute it. It's fine.
nah.
This simple man ain't too hard to understand. I'm an all-American guy.
Okay. Excuse me.
Oh yeah, I might want to mute that because I forgot about that. We are on YouTube. They don't believe in having fun. Thank you, Gypsy, for the reminder. I forgot about that.
Oh.
Yep. Thank you, guys. Yep. But yeah, I mean, I thought about that. I mean, dispatch Vance all around the Midwest.
Right.
I mean, do it. Free up Trump. Let him go after the other stuff.
Yeah.
But I mean, how they're going to play this out, I don't know. But personally, that's what I'd do. Have them do a few joint appearances together. Have them go up into Minnesota. But yeah, I absolutely agree with you on that. Let's see what else have we got here.
The joint, their joint. They should joint in New England and the West Coast.
Oh, absolutely. Go after New Hampshire. Go after Maine.
Go after California. Go after.
I'll tell you what. I'd go after Oregon. I'd absolutely go after Oregon.
Oh, Oregon, definitely. Yeah.
Yeah. Washington, maybe not so much, but Oregon's one of those kind of weird states. You know, it's one of those. It's like it's gonna be if anything's gonna happen, it's gonna be like New York or New Jersey. It will be closer than you would think.
Yeah.
Because it's just got that weird streak to it.
Yeah. Yeah.
You know. And I'm not surprised. Not surprised at all. Not surprised by that at all. But I tell you what, I think the New England states are going to be closer than people realize. I mean, like I say, I don't think Trump's going to win Connecticut or Rhode Island or Massachusetts or Vermont or anything like that. New Hampshire could go. Maine could definitely go. You know, New York, he'll make it closer. But even in the fact that he makes it closer, if he gets it within 4 to 6 points, right, you're going to have 3 or 4 different House seats up there in New York State that are going to go to the Republicans.
Mm-hmm.
And it just, it just speaks to what's happening nationwide all around the country. So, So anyway, if you're just joining us, looks like we got some people filling in the room on both sides on Rumble and YouTube. My name is Brian Trippett. I'm the Front Porch Conservative. I'm joined tonight by my good buddy Ruben Christopher Haynes. We both have channels on social media, so please do me a favor. Subscribe to Ruben's channel and also subscribe to my channel on YouTube and Rumble. We are working our way through some music here and probably saving all of our eardrums by the fact that it's muted. No, I'm just kidding. I heard him sing. He's a good singer. It's a good band. I'm just being a little bit ornery. We're basically waiting for our next speaker to come up. And the reaction to J.D. Vance's selection from the Democrats was typical. Matter of fact, there's a quote from Joe Biden at thehill.com where he says he's an exact clone of Donald Trump. Now, whether Joe Biden really believes that, well, for that matter, does Joe Biden really understand what he's saying? But, assuming that he does he really mean it? Well, we'll see. And the Democrat Party wasted no time going after Vance. They're going after him on past comments on abortion, which you can make an argument they were going to do that anyway. Wouldn't matter who the nominee was.
Right.
But yeah, this is going to be, let's see what, since
breaking news, J.D. Vance sleeps with his wife. I don't know. It's so stupid. He's
breaking news. J.D. Vance is from southwestern Ohio and likes the Bengals. News at 11. Breaking news. J.D. Vance drinks a beer when he watches football. News at 6. I don't know.
How desperate.
I know. Known for PayPal, surveillance, giant planet. Ooh, okay. Okay. Hey, look, there are gonna be things. Everybody can have their say on this one, and I'm not gonna condemn one way or the other. Believe me, there's never gonna be such a thing as a perfect pick on this one.
But I'll say it this way.
Okay.
Sorry to interrupt you. J.D. Vance knows Vivek. Vivek knows Pete Buttigieg. Pete Buttigieg, Vivek, J.D. Vance know what's going on up in Connecticut, basically said right now. It's that same cohort, the same age group. If you run into people, you'll run into people. Trump, they go about Trump. Who did Trump talk to? Who did Epstein talk to? Who did so and so talk to? So you talk to people. You may know them. You may have gone to school with them, but they may be different. Like who is it? Who was the one? Was it Jimmy? Tommy Lee Jones and who is it? Al Gore were college roommates.
Yeah, Al Gore and Tommy Lee Jones, as I recall, the actor.
Yeah. So then, but the most important thing here, the point I'm saying is, they know each other, so that so that the adage is, and it's Game of Thrones in a way, or The Godfather. Keep your enemies close. closer, friends close, enemies closer per se. And that's what's going on here. Not that JD Vance is an enemy, but again, young, up and coming, Trump's vetted him. He's done his best, and again, basically he didn't know how bad it was before, but the history of Vance has been very good, very positive from my perspective, the things I've heard about him. So it's a good pick, in my opinion.
Well, and I was talking about this earlier on my 2:00 live stream today. I mean, is there the possibility that I could be getting absolutely played here and getting snowed? Yeah, there's a possibility. But if I get snowed, so are a bunch of other people with more inside information than I do, and ought to have more eyes wide open as they're closer to the situation and on top of the target. So, we shall see. We shall see. What do you mean you're going to forgive him for his Bengals watching? Seriously? We're going to get into this argument? I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. Browns fans are people too. That's all right.
Yeah.
He's just moving up too fast, like Obama did. Kind of suspect, but it's early. I think Vivek. We shall see. We shall see. We shall. And again, I could be dead wrong on this. And as I've always said, if it winds up dead wrong, I'll come back and tell you guys.
But the one thing we have to remember here is, again, the meme, like Alex Jones was right. The actual thing that happened yesterday, or not yesterday, 2 days ago with Trump, where you had people 2 minutes before were saying, there he is, go get him, get the police, get him. Everyone has a phone. Everyone has connections. Who's talking?
Yeah. Yeah. Going back to Saturday, and I didn't get a chance to do it because my computer went screwy on me right at the end. But, there's a whole bunch of questions related to Saturday that nobody is yet. And again, the FBI is investigating, which, okay, if they do as good a job with this as they did the Vegas nightclub shooting, then, then I'm going to be a little bit worried. But yeah, there's a million and one thing. Oh, and by the way, speaking of Alex Jones, I got to share a story with you. I was, after I got done with my live stream, I was like scurrying around trying to find reaction to the Vance pick. And Alex Jones posted something on Twitter because, now it's official. Vance is the pick. So he recounts a story where he was recently at the Turning Point event in Detroit, Michigan, a couple of weeks ago, and he ran into JD Vance backstage. So they're in the green room, they're hanging out together before Alex goes out on stage, and Alex is making some small talk with JD Vance. Says, "Well, I kind of hear you may be in the running for it," and very modestly Vance said, "Well, I may have it." Which really shocked Alex Jones that Vance would say something like that. Yeah.
Then I think he's just being nice to Alex Jones per se because he trusts him.
It could very well be. I've got a story from Politico, which we can, if we get some more time than what we got right now, that details the story of how, at least from Politico's version of it, of how it is that Vance became Trump's pick for the nomination,
and the way he did it. Because you have to remember one thing that people don't remember: he was a never Trumper.
Yeah. Well, and I'm gonna go ahead real quick while we're waiting.
Again, it's all about do what you say and say what you do. And Trump's done that, in my opinion.
Now, here's a headline that is kind of interesting from Politico. Says, what is Vance's agenda? He wants to break up Google, rein in banks, and maybe raise taxes? Okay, that is something I will take a look at later. I was like, all right. That's got some interestingness to it. Let's see. Hang on. I'm trying to find this article so I can drop it in chat. Oh, great. Here comes the isolationist tag. They're already they're already trying to lay it on him.
What?
Oh yeah, Politico's like already calling him an isolationist. That's not surprising. That's not surprising at all.
Okay.
Yeah, we're still waiting on the band. The band is still playing up there. And and by the way, which now that I'm scrolling through trying to find this article, you do know that President Biden is there will be an interview aired this evening as part of the Democrats' counter programming.
Lester
Lester
Holt?
Holt. Lester Holt. I didn't think he would go through with it.
It's bad.
Well, you've seen it? Have you seen it yet?
I saw a clip.
I saw a couple clips of it as well, and yeah, it's not real. Okay. Yeah, the one I will give Lester Holt a lot of credit. He said, "Well, use the term we need to put a bullseye on Donald Trump, and that he's a danger to democracy." Do you regret saying any of those things? I didn't really say those things. I didn't say bullseye. I said put a target on it. Okay, that's interesting. All right, that's interesting way of phrasing it. So yeah, we shall see. We shall see. For some reason, I cannot. Oh, here it is. Here's that article. I'm going to drop this in chat on both sides. I'm going to drop this in Rumble first. And this is an article from Politico about the evolution of how it is that Vance wound up being Trump's selection. As a matter of fact, it's kind of funny because at the end of that article, there's a very interesting thing that happened maybe 2 or 3 days before Donald Trump made the decision. His son, Don Jr., handed his dad an article from Breitbart. And you guess what the headline was, Ruben?
JD Vance or something?
No, the headline was Karl Rove endorses North Dakota Governor Doug Burgum for Veep.
Oh God, no.
Oh yeah, that was the headline. I remember seeing the article.
Oh God, no.
And when I saw that, in the back of my mind, I went, "Oh hell yeah, that guarantees Vance is going to get the Veep."
Yeah, it's like, what the hell are you talking about?
That's like putting a cross up in front of the vampire as far as Trump's concerned, man.
Right.
It's like, whoo, you got to be kidding me. Got to be kidding.
No.
But anyway, we got some musicians up on stage, and for the sake of not getting us in trouble with YouTube, I've kind of got this thing muted right now. So while we're waiting for our next speaker, I'm going to do a real quick commercial for myself and for Ruben. If you are just joining us tonight, my name is Brian Tripp, and I'm the Front Porch Conservative. I am sometimes also known as the beau in the chapeau and the common man with common sense. My co-host tonight is the inestimable Ruben Christopher Haynes. We are doing live. Yeah, wave to the crowd, Ruben. Hi. we are. This is going to be a wild night, folks. I'm telling you. We are doing live stream coverage of the 2024 Republican National Convention from Milwaukee, Wisconsin. We freely admit to not having the best tech. We freely admit to not being live on stage. And folks, we have our next speaker coming up, Representative Marjorie Taylor Greene, Republican of Georgia. We're going to go to the stage and listen to her comments. So we'll dip out and let her.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Today is a celebration. The American spirit is alive and well. And we have once again nominated for president the founding father of the America First movement, Donald John Trump. Unfortunately, this is also a somber moment for our nation. 2 days ago, evil came for the man we admire and love so much. I thank God that his hand was on President Trump. And I pray for the family of Corey Comprador, who was killed at the rally, and for other attendees who were wounded. Corey embodied the spirit of America First. He displayed the ultimate show of love when he shielded his wife and daughter, sacrificing his own life. He reminded America of what we must be, a people who will do whatever it takes to defend the people and the nation that we love. Thank you. I love you too. We will honor Corey's memory by building the country he wanted, the country he wanted for his children, and a government worthy of the American people. For far too long, the establishment in Washington has sold us out. They promised unity and delivered division. They promised peace and brought war. They promised normalcy and gave us Transgender Visibility Day on Easter Sunday. And let me state this clearly. There are only two genders. And we are made in God's image. Amen. And we won't shy away from speaking that simple truth ever. The Democrats ripped open our borders and allowed millions of illegal aliens to pour in, driving up the cost of housing and health care while slashing American wages and eliminating jobs. They claim that our economy is thriving, yet hundreds of thousands of American-born workers lost their jobs these past few years. The Democrats' economy is of, by, and for illegal aliens. Our open borders have also unleashed the worst drug crisis in American history. Yet while hundreds of thousands of Americans are suffering, the Democrats spent over $175 billion, your tax dollars, to secure Ukraine's borders. But they tell us the border wall is too expensive. But an American government that serves the interests not of the wealthy, the globalist, or the powerful few, but of all hardworking Americans is within our grasp. Donald Trump has, and he will, make America successful again. He will make us wealthy again. And as God as my witness, he he will finally give us the country we deserve. Because Donald John Trump is the leader America deserves. God bless the American people. God bless President Trump, and God bless the United States of America.
That was Representative Marjorie Taylor Greene helping to kick off festivities at the first day of the Republican National Convention. And we're basically waiting for our next speaker to come up, which at this point I believe is Lieutenant Governor Mark Robinson, Republican, North Carolina. Folks, if you've never had the occasion to hear Mark Robinson speak, you are in for a treat, because I'm not sure the man even knows what the word subtle means. If you come away from a Mark Robinson speech and you don't understand what he's trying to say, it won't be because Mark didn't make it as plain as he possibly could, because he's one of those people in life. Don't ever ask him what he thinks, because God help you, he'll tell you whether you're ready for it or not. So I'm personally looking forward to this one. I mean, no offense to Representative Greene. That speech was kind of boilerplate. But, then again, that's just me. I love good oratory, and bless her heart, Marjorie's a fighter, but I'm not so sure about that speech. Again, don't get me wrong, not trying to criticize, just, given who she's having to speak in front of, I almost felt sorry for her. But again, as we're waiting for the next speaker to come up, my name is Brian Trippett. I'm the Front Porch Conservative. I'm joined by my good friend Ruben Christopher Haynes, and we are here tonight talking about, it really was. It was kind of, you're going to get, unfortunately, you're going to get a lot of blah at these conventions. It's not like we're blessed with, Buckleys and Reagans, all over the place, unfortunately. But I'm not saying you can't like her speech. I'm just saying, from my just personally speaking, could have heard or could have done better, but that's just me. I'm a very persnickety convention speaker.
But she is basically somebody who is, you want to have their speech on the first day. And you're right, it is boilerplate.
Yeah. Alma Raphael, good night at the porch. What do you think of the Veep pick? I give it with this caveat. Could I get fooled later? Yes. Do I think that all things considered, this is a good pick? Absolutely, I do. For two simple reasons. One, Vance is life insurance, because, it kind of goes to that old argument. If you're making everybody mad, does that mean you've done the right thing? Probably. You're getting criticism of Vance's pick from Democrats. You're getting it from people like Karl Rove. You're getting it from John Bolton. You're getting it from any number of people in the establishment Republican wing of the party. I mean, when Vance's name was announced, Karl, from what I understand, I didn't see it, but from what I understand, Karl Rove about had a cow, because he had been advocating for Burgum or Youngkin or anybody but Vance. As a matter of fact, we ran a story the other day that Rupert Murdoch, the legendary owner of Fox News, Sky News, the Wall Street Journal, New York Post, had been personally calling Trump on the phone saying, look, anybody but Vance, anybody. Pick Burgum, pick Youngkin, pick Rubio, Scott, anybody but Vance. And this story, it comes from any number of different people. And Trump basically went, nope, Vance is my guy. So that's where we're at. Now, like I say, could I be wrong somewhere down the line? Yeah, I could. But for right now, I think it's a good pick. I really do. Small Time Republic says, I'm fine with Vance as the VP. I would prefer a governor as president, though, if the worst had happened to okay, fair. That's a fair point. That is a fair point. And that is one knock against Vance, and I think it's legitimate. And that is, he's been a United States senator for 2 years. And I can understand that criticism. what executive experience does this man have? What kind of running of an organization does he know how to do? Because let's be honest, the United States government is one of the biggest organizations in the world. So, we'll see. I just thought it was kind of boilerplate. Like I said, do I expect, her to give one of those memorable speeches that for all of time, when you drop a phrase, you hear, wow, that was Marjorie Taylor Greene at the 2024 convention. I mean, no, that's what I'm talking about. Mario Cuomo is remembered.
Marjorie Taylor Greene is a bulldog.
Yeah.
And she's a bulldog speech. On the first day of a convention, they're going to get their boilerplate and very, not blah per se, but very like generic common Republican speeches. And her speech was good, but it was very by the numbers. That's what we mean. We mean that it's basically cover all the points they were supposed to cover, and they did.
Yeah. And I believe, as I said, if they keep, and here he comes, Lieutenant Governor Mark Robinson, Republican of North Carolina. This is going to be fun, folks. Assuming that he hasn't been told to tap it down, strap in, because this is going to get good.
Thank you. First and foremost, I want to give thanks to my Lord and Savior Jesus Christ for giving us my life and health and strength, allowing me to be here and allowing us to live in this blessed and prosperous land. I am Mark Robinson. I am the first black lieutenant governor of North Carolina. And come November, I plan on being the first black governor of North Carolina. But I am not one of the political elite. I grew up poor as the ninth of 10 kids in Greensboro with an alcoholic father who beat my mother. I love to tell you that I graduated from high school, found success. Never worried about money again, but I can't. I lost 2 jobs, 2 manufacturing jobs because of NAFTA, which, by the way, Joe Biden voted for. Politicians in D.C. made bad decisions. People like me suffered. I lost my car and my house. I was desperate. But my story isn't unique. A couple of months ago in my travels, I stopped at a gas station. As I was leaving, a man walked out with a beard and he looked very stressed. He got in his car and I could see him holding an envelope. My heart dropped because years ago I held one just like it. It was bankruptcy papers. I could see the fear on his face. And it took me back to lying awake at night with that gnawing worrying, debating which bills weren't going to get paid. Unfortunately, many families today are having that same experience. Under Joe Biden, grocery prices have skyrocketed and gas has nearly doubled. In North Carolina, factories just like the one I worked at are closing, leaving families feeling hopeless. But there is hope, and I'm proof. My wife and I never gave up. We kept our faith. We worked hard and made it through those tough times. Now I stand before you on the verge of becoming the first black governor of North Carolina. As governor, I will not forget where I came from or the struggles of the people I meet. And there's someone else who will fight just as hard for you. President Donald J. Trump. The brave heart of our time, President Trump had our economy roaring. Gas was up below $2. Unemployment was at a historic low. People could afford homes. And we had a president who protected manufacturing jobs. Under President Trump, the American dream was alive and well. Under President Trump, there was hope. And we need that now more than ever. So this November, let's select the Braveheart of our time, Donald J. Trump, to get our economy back on track, restore the American dream, and make America great again. God bless you all, and God bless the United States of America. Thank you.
And that is how you do it. That's the delivery. That's the tone you want. You want strength. You want resolve. You want a personal story. You want a story about his travels, and he's done that. Mark Robinson is somewhere that I can look forward to in the future. Someone who can be a president, a secretary of state, a defense person, anybody, a secretary of cabinet position, or even president.
Absolutely. And that, like I said, if you've never had the pleasure of hearing Lieutenant Governor Mark Robinson speak, that's your introduction. And I don't know that I could have done much more to give you a better one. Folks, my name is Brian Trippett on the Front Porch Conservative. I'm joined tonight by my good buddy Ruben Christopher Haynes. We're hanging out here on the internet, on YouTube, on Rumble, with some really cool people. We're watching live coverage of the RNC, and oh no, they just flashed to a woman in the crowd trying to dance. No, I don't need to see a white Republican woman trying to dance. No, that's just not that one. No. Sorry, I'm probably going to get myself in trouble for that one. I'm going to get myself. Yep.
Oh crap.
Yeah. I'm going to get myself in trouble for that one. But there you go.
Well, not really.
The personal story to connect. Exactly. But anyway, we are hanging out here. Please share the link around to everywhere you possibly can. We're basically waiting for our next speaker to come up. And, Robinson, I'm like you, Ruben. Robinson has got a future in American politics. I would love to see him win the governorship of North Carolina. He would be tremendous. Oh, I mean, for any number of different reasons. But I'd love to see what that man could do, with a Republican legislature in the state of North Carolina. All right, never going to do this with you. I'm kidding. I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. Anyway, Robinson's got a big time future in Republican politics in general. And I'll be very interested to see what he does going forward. So, we're basically waiting for our next speaker, which according to schedule will be Representative John James, Republican congressman from Michigan. And again, we're hanging out here together. Share the link around. Tell your friends. Come on in. If you're watching this live stream and you're not subscribed to my channel or Ruben's, we're not going to be offended terribly at all if you decide to subscribe to us. So thank you very much. We're, like I say, we're going to have a whole lot of fun tonight, and I've got plenty of time to dig my foot out of my mouth about that dancing comment. That one's probably going to be held against me for a long time. But
it's fine. About
anyway, the band's playing right now. We're basically waiting for our next speaker, which is scheduled to be Representative John James, Republican of Michigan, congressman. Ran a couple of times for the Senate seat up there, but man, he just ran into some bad headwinds, and some people argue he made some bad decisions, listened to all the wrong people. But he's got a seat in Congress now. Maybe builds a base, lets people see what he can do. The problem he's got is the Senate seat that's currently up right now. I think Stabenow's retiring, and then going forward, we'll see what happens. Maybe he gets another crack at Gary Peters' seat, the current Democrat senator from Michigan again. Maybe not. We'll see what happens.
It's copyrighted music. You can't listen to it.
Yeah, unfortunately, I'd love to, but we shall see. Let's see.
That's really
now this is something that a lot of people are pointing to. Because this is a good kind. Thank you, Bryce, for dropping this in. JD Vance is also an aggressive, dominant debater, a former Kamala Harris.
Stay.
Oh, okay. Here we go. John James is up. Here we go, folks. We'll get back to this comment momentarily.
Thank you.
No, I'm sorry. That is Wesley Hunt of Texas.
Thank you.
My
Thank
apologies,
you, Texas.
folks.
Love you.
Apologies about
Love
that.
you, Texas.
No, I'm sorry. That is Wesley Hunt of Texas. My apologies. John James will be after that.
A president's greatest responsibility is to protect the American people. And both Joe Biden and Kamala Harris have failed. I'm a military guy. I flew Apaches in Iraq. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. I understand that when you're given a mission, you show up, you identify the problem, and you execute. Biden and Harris haven't shown up. They don't seem to understand that they are the problem, and they've shown no empathy or remorse as the American people suffer from their failed leadership. They have imposed what Ronald Reagan called the cruelest tax on the poor, inflation. Today, 65% of Americans are living paycheck to paycheck because the dollar is worth less and less every day. Grocery prices have soared. Average Americans are spending $4,300 more on energy bills. But on November the 5th, we, the people, can fix this Democrat disaster. We can fix this disaster when we re-elect Donald John Trump as president and send him right back to where he belongs, the White House. Under President Trump, American families had more money in their pockets and bank accounts. American families could invest, save, and buy a home. Under President Trump, we had the greatest economy in our lifetime. And in less than 4 years, under Joe Biden, everything changed. Ladies and gentlemen, that is why we must win in November to take our country back. We owe it to future generations to embrace this pivotal moment. I owe it to my two daughters, Victoria and Olivia. I owe it to my 1-year-old little boy, Willie, and I owe it to all American children and their future. I'm the great-great-grandson of a slave. I'm the son of a retired lieutenant colonel. I'm the product of West Point along with my other two siblings. And I risked my life in combat to preserve our nation. Now, there's another man who is putting it all on the line to save our nation. His name is President Donald Trump. And with your help in November, and with his unbending resolve, together we will make America great again. God bless you, Milwaukee. May God continue to bless these United States of America. Thank you.
That was Representative Wesley Hunt, Republican from Texas. We're now basically waiting for Representative John James, and here he comes to the stage, so it's going to be a very short wait. Folks, we're going to go right to it. This is Representative John James, Congressman from the great state of Michigan.
Good evening, Wisconsin. Warmest regards from Detroit, home of the NFC North champion, Detroit Lions. Well, in seriousness, didn't Wesley do a great job?
Yeah, you better dig yourself out of that one. Of course, I know something
One
about
of my
digging
West
out.
Point classmates, class of 2004, and there's another Midwestern boy who did a great job, our vice presidential nominee, J.D. Vance. Another Midwestern boy. You know, he's going to need some help when he comes up to Michigan. I'll do everything I can, but he might be the first Buckeye to win in Michigan since last time Trump was in office. But those are two great American dream stories from the Hunt family and from the Vance family. But I have another American dream story to tell you about. It's about a little boy from Starkville, Mississippi, who lived directly across the street from Mississippi State University. But he couldn't go there because he was black. Despite growing up in the Jim Crow South, he refused to let vulnerability become victimhood. He paid his way through college, served honorably in Vietnam, and started a trucking company with one truck, one trailer, and no excuses, hauling beer back and forth between Detroit and Milwaukee. I grew up in awe of that story because it's my dad's story. It's part of my story. He and my mother raised me, never telling me that this is a racist country. Never. Even though we have marked blemishes in our past, even though we have much farther to go, even though they endured racism, it did not define the nation they loved. They taught me I could do anything I set my mind to. They taught me to put the Lord first always. They taught me to use my blessings to be a blessing to others. And that's what we're doing here today. That's why I went to West Point. I became a Ranger qualified Apache pilot and flew 750 hours operations in Operation Iraqi Freedom. You know, that's something else me and President Trump have in common. The bad guy shot at us both, but they missed. And we'll keep on fighting for America until the good Lord takes us home. By the grace of God, I was able to come home after my deployment and help run the company business. Now I have the honor of representing Michigan's 10th Congressional District, the #1 manufacturing district in the best state in the entire union. My family's story is the American dream story. But my biggest concern right now, my biggest fear is, will children today be able to look back and share that same story? Look, I firmly believe Americans have not given up on the American dream. Joe Biden and the Democrats have given up on the American dream. Joe Biden and the Democrats think they know how to spend your money better than you do. They want to take your dollars, they want to take your voice, they want to take your control and give it back to DC bureaucrats to execute their woke and Green New Deal agenda. Well, that plan doesn't work because hope is not a plan. Black people were sold on hope. Now our streets are rife with crime. Our kids can't read, and illegals are getting better help from Democrats in 4 days than we've gotten in 400 years. Look, our daughters were sold on hope, and now they're being forced on the playing fields and changing rooms of biological males. America was sold on hope, and now the world's on fire. Our borders are wide open, and Americans are going into debt to pay for their groceries. But look. We don't even have to imagine a brighter day. We just have to remember, under President Donald J. Trump, we had a secure border. Under President Donald J. Trump, we had peace in Europe. And under President Donald J. Trump, we had an economy so good. Democrats were trying to give Obama the credit for it. Look. And I heard a little bit earlier today, if you don't vote for Donald Trump, you ain't black.
That's great.
But see, here's the thing. By the grace of God and the proven leadership of Donald Trump, for every American, regardless of race, color, and creed, we can once again have a land where a child's outcome isn't determined by their zip code. We can once again have a land where hard work truly does get you ahead. We can once again have a land where you can go from poverty to prosperity in a single generation. I believe that land is still America. America's the greatest idea that's ever been. America, I believe deeply in my heart, America's the greatest idea that's ever been. It's worth fighting for, it's worth sacrificing for, and it's worth getting out to vote for, because I truly believe in the deepest heart of hearts that with Donald J. Trump back in the White House, the best is yet to come. God bless you. Thank you. God bless America.
And ladies and gentlemen, that was Representative John James, Republican of Michigan. We're now basically going to a video, so we'll take a quick moment here for a commercial. Ruben, I've commercialed for quite a while. You commercial for a little bit.
Hello there. Welcome to YouTube. Anyway, no, follow me on Rumble, YouTube, Instagram. I got my Instagram account working again, and X. Also, I want to give a shout out to Haya Miller. She is on the stream. She has been working on a Trump banner, and I'm going to be covering that when Trump is elected. She wants to present this to President Trump. It's a very nice little banner she's making, large, like it's around like 20 by what, 20 by 9, 20 by 10. It's big.
Well, there you go. And before I give my real quick commercial, Joe 56984 over on Rumble, I saw a report that Vivek Ramaswamy has been in touch with Ohio Governor Mike DeWine about possibly being appointed senator under the Trump-Vance victory. Well, let's not count the chickens before they hatch, but that's not a bad idea. And that's, I mean, let's just go ahead and take that and run with it for a moment. One of the big worries about losing Vance, or Vance going to the vice presidency, is that they would lose him in the Senate, which he's a very effective communicator. And even though he's been there for a very short amount of time, that he would be, he's very good at what he does, communicating ideas. That's one of the things that I'm fascinated to watch in this race is, I've said earlier today that Vance and Trump are about like that on the issues. They agree on most everything. Now, they might say it differently and they might implement solutions differently, but as far as how they see the main things, they're eye to eye. I'm going to be very interested to see how J.D. Vance articulates MAGA America first as he travels around the country. But, this has been the biggest concern that people have had. Well, I shouldn't say the biggest. One of the biggest concerns they've had with regard to Vance becoming the Veep nominee is we're going to lose him in the Senate. Now, I come back on that, and Ruben, feel free to chime in on this where you want to. I come back on that with, well, there's two possibilities here. And if we get both of these possibilities, fantastic. Number one, Bernie Moreno is running against Sherrod Brown. Now, it's not guaranteed that Moreno beats Sherrod Brown in November. Sherrod Brown is one tough customer. This guy's been there since 2006. Ironically enough, he beat Mike DeWine for the Senate seat that he now holds. But I'll take Bernie Moreno, who's just about like J.D. Vance as far as the issues. I'll take Bernie Moreno against Sherrod Brown every day and twice on Sunday. If we can get Bernie Moreno across the finish line, okay, we would lose JD, but you get Bernie. So it's almost like one senator you're losing, another one you get, but they're both cut from the same cloth. The other thing is this, and if I were Trump, this would be the pressure that I'd put on, but this is just me. I'd be putting the squeeze on the governor to put in who I want to see in the U.S. Senate. Now, granted, it's Mike DeWine's call if we get to that point, but that's exactly what I'd be doing. I'd absolutely be doing it to him. So, that's just, Ruben, you got any thoughts on that?
Oh, yeah, I definitely think I agree with that. Because again, if Trump wins and Vance is vice president, then definitely the idea of putting somebody that they want in as Ohio senator would be great.
Yeah, and like I say, I do not want a Matt Dolan. I wouldn't. I wish Robert were here. As I know M169 is here as well. She's an Ohio resident. But okay, it looks like we're going back to the stage, and there's a individual coming up named Sarah Workman. I believe we'll see what she has to say, and we'll go to the stage right now.
Oh yeah, I know her.
Good evening. I'm Sarah Workman from the great state of Arizona. I'm honored to be here tonight on behalf of everyday Americans. I'm a single mother who works 2 jobs to support my family. I know Americans can relate when I say that every time I fill up my gas tank, go to the grocery store, and try to pay the bills, I think, who doesn't miss the Trump days? But it's not just the economic pain we're all feeling under Joe Biden. It's how they're destroying the American spirit. Everywhere we look, there's pain, chaos, and crisis. Inflation, open borders, woke indoctrination in our schools, violence in our cities, and unjust rulings in our courts. All of it is eroding one of America's greatest strengths, our optimism. While the left is trying to divide us with identity politics, we are here tonight because we believe that America is always should be one nation under God. In addition to the economic pain, the Democrats' open border policies have shattered my family. With drugs so readily available, my husband fell victim to the drug epidemic. It tore our family apart. And now I raise my son alone. But I know there is hope. That is what this election represents for all of us who have been forgotten over the last 4 years. Hope. We need God in our hearts and Donald Trump back in the White House. If you're watching tonight and you hear your own story and mine, Donald Trump put me on this stage to show that he hears us, he sees us, and we are forgotten no more. I find peace in God's promise that says, if my people who are called by my name would humble themselves and pray, I will heal your nation. Amen. With faith, hope, and love in my heart, I know we will make America great again.
Please welcome United States Senator Katie Britt of Alabama.
It's Britt.
Good evening, Milwaukee. I'm Katie Britt. We are all here tonight for one reason. We need to change the direction of our nation. And Donald Trump is the change we need. To my fellow moms and dads across America, I think we all know that raising a family is hard. Add in smartphones and social media, and we already had plenty to worry about. But then Joe Biden and Kamala Harris came around. Now our lives are that much more difficult and way more expensive. Under Biden-Harris, prices are high and expectations, well, they're low. Grocery prices are up more than 21%. Electricity is up 31%. Gas is up 48%. Mortgage rates have more than doubled, and rent is skyrocketing. To me, these aren't just numbers. This is pain for millions of Americans. It means that so many American families have to live with so much less. This is too high a price to pay for an administration that has brought us to such lows. The American people won't have the wool pulled over our eyes. We see how Biden and Harris keep making things worse. And we know the current president is not capable of turning things around. His weakness is costing us our opportunity, our prosperity, our security, our safety. Each diminished, all in decline. Just like the man in the Oval Office. And it doesn't have to be this way. Under President Trump, we had the strongest economy in history. That's right. You didn't need to go into debt just to make ends meet. Energy dominant, stable prices, secure borders, safe streets, strong families and communities. That's what Donald Trump will deliver. With President Trump, the tough choice was which job offer to accept. Now, it's which second job to take just to pay the bills. Your family can't afford this costly and dangerous decline for 4 more years. 4 more years of Biden-Harris will impose a lifetime of financial damage on our children and our nation. It is time to return President Trump to the White House. Yes. Republicans will put parents, families, and hard-working Americans first. With President Trump back in the White House, we will reawaken the exceptionalism of the greatest nation ever known. We will defeat decline, dust off our dreams, and forge our future. because families across our nation deserve better. Once again, America will be the land of limitless opportunity for all. And paving that path starts today. So let's roll up our sleeves, send President Trump back to the White House, and get America back on track. God bless.
Okay, now I get it. This whole night, I don't. Lovely speech.
Please welcome United States Senator Tim Scott of South Carolina.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Hello, Milwaukee! Are you ready for 4 more years of Donald Trump? Oh, me too. Listen, if you didn't believe in miracles before Saturday, you better be believing right now. Thank God Almighty that we live in a country that still believes in the King of Kings and the Lord of Lords, the Alpha and the Omega. And our God still saves, he still delivers, and he still sets free. Because on Saturday, the devil came to Pennsylvania holding a rifle, but an American lion got back up on his feet and he roared. Oh yeah, he roared. Yeah, yes he did. Yes he did. You see, America, this is a difficult time for our nation. Inflation is crushing families. Illegal immigration is crushing American workers. Failing schools and victimhood culture are crushing our poorest kids. And the weakness of the commander-in-chief has invited world wars all around our world. Joe Biden is asleep at the wheel and we're headed over a cliff. We hear despair in the voices of a millennial couple raising 2 kids in a 1-bedroom apartment because they can't afford a house. We see pain on the faces of Gold Star parents because their commander-in-chief, Joe Biden, literally forgets their son died in uniform on his watch. America, we deserve better. We deserve so much better. I was raised by a single mom in poverty. We had plastic spoons, not silver spoons. But she taught me to work hard, to take responsibility, and reject victimhood. Thank God for my wonderful mama. I know this is going to offend the liberal elites. Every time I say it, it offends them.
But let me say it one more time. America is not a racist country. No, we're not. But if you were looking for racism today, you'd find it in cities run by Democrats. Look on the south side of Chicago. Poor black kids trapped in failing schools. Thousands shot every single year, including one of my former interns, Daquan. But there's good news. It's conservative values that restores hope. It's Republican policies that lifts people up. I partnered with the greatest president of my generation, President Donald J. Trump. On the biggest tax cuts ever for working people and single moms, and opportunity zones for neighborhoods that need them most. But Joe Biden and Kamala Harris, they give illegal immigrants free hotel rooms while our veterans sleep on the streets. Disgusting, disgusting. Trump secured our border once, and Donald Trump will secure it again. This November, we are not deciding simply the fate for the next 4 years. We're setting a course for the next 40 years. I see our heartland filled with huge American factories, powered by abundant American energy, building what America needs, creating generational wealth for blue-collar workers. You see, we are the Republican Party of Frederick Douglass and of Abraham Lincoln, of Ronald Reagan and Donald Trump. But we, 4 more years. I love it. Awesome. We are not simply the party of our leaders. We are also the party of a young woman in Wisconsin taking over her family farm, an Hispanic father working 16-hour days in Nevada, and a black teenager in Philly starving for opportunity. We're not just the grand old party of the past. We are the great opportunity party of America's future. And there's only, hear me clearly, and there's only one person who can make that vision a reality: Donald J. Trump. God bless America.
That was Senator Tim Scott from South Carolina. My name is Brian Trippett. I am the Front Porch Conservative. I'm joined tonight by my good buddy Ruben Christopher Haynes, and we are doing live stream coverage of the Republican National Convention. The speakers are moving along very crisply as far as the running order. We're almost halfway through the list of of folks who are speaking tonight. Up next in a moment will be Governor Glenn Youngkin of Virginia. Ruben, I always do my best to try to be as kind as possible, and I'm going to say what I'm about to say next. If Tim Scott would have left the first 2 minutes off of that speech, he'd have been a whole lot better off. I mean, look, enthusiasm is one thing. Going over the top is entirely something else. And just think, there were people pushing Tim Scott to be Trump's Veep. Your response?
Yeah. Again, even with was it Brickett, with the senator from Arizona? What's her name?
Oh, you Katie Britt of Alabama.
Oh, Alabama. Sorry, Alabama. She reminded me of like the cheerleader at a pep rally.
Yeah, a little too long. She spent too many years on that Alabama cheer squad. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, or it was like the Stefford Wide version of the convention. Hello, hi, how are you? Hi, you peachy. And then you had like, and then the guy before her, and Tim Scott in a way reminded me of Carlton from The Fresh Prince of Bel-Air. But do the Carlton, you know, just do it. It's just very like, you know, hokey, and it was like it's again, get all this crap out of the way, because again, here's what's going on. This convention, as you commented on, they changed the way that they did things. These kind of conventions are going to go away.
Yeah, because
and it's going to, if the Republican Party does the moves further to get things done faster this way, that's going to be where the irony is, the more progressive side will be the Republicans for their embracing technology and getting things done correctly. It just gets crazy. So yeah, the people that have it tonight has been a night of milk toast, very bland, paint by numbers speeches that are people who do better under certain circumstances, but this comes off as very monotone and very unappealing, and it'll get memed to death by people tomorrow.
Oh, truly. Let me get in some Rumble comments over here real fast. Joe 56984, Arizona, my state, I think it's too big to rig this time. Also, he says, I can't imagine the Democrats are optimistic about Kamala Harris faring well against J.D. Vance in a debate. He's half joking when he asks this question, but Joe says, have any women come out and say they were assaulted by J.D. Vance from 20 years ago? And his final comment over on Rumble, according to the Wall Street Journal, Elon Musk is pledging $45 million a month to a new pro-Trump super PAC. And that works out real fast math, $180 million. Just saying. Yeah, my name is Brian Trippett. I'm the Front Porch Conservative. I'm joined tonight by my buddy Ruben Christopher Haynes. We are doing live stream coverage of the Republican National Convention out of Milwaukee, Wisconsin. If you're not a subscriber to Ruben's channel, give him a sub. If you're not a subscriber to my channel, give me, yeah, exactly. What the heck is the matter with you? Sub, doing our best down there. Oh my gosh, wait a minute. I think I put the wrong crawler up there. Hang on. You kind of did. Working on that. Sorry about that, folks. Anywho, I did have it right up there, but I just need to do some editing. Sorry about that, folks. But anyway, we are here tonight. We're covering this. We're taking in your comments, and a very feisty crowd this evening, but understandably so. Oh, by the way, speaking of feisty, we have heard from the inestimable senator from the state of Utah, the senior senator, the junior senator, Mitt Romney, with regard to his opinion on, Mitt Romney's opinion on J.D. Vance's selection as the vice presidential nominee. And I quote, Mitt Romney says, quote, I don't know that I can disrespect someone more than J.D. Vance. To which a friend of mine, an internet friend of mine, the Toad, says, oh, thank God, I wasn't sure if J.D. Vance was a good pick. So there you go. Anywho, let's see what other comments have we got.
That's what it breaks down to.
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah, agreed with that. Agree. Oh, here we go. Joe's trying to go up the stairs. Maybe. Oh.
What is there? Something? Is there music going? Is there music or something?
No, there's no music. They're just showing some videos. Huh? What?
Huh?
What?
There's no. Oh my god! This is what is this?
I'm not sure. What? All right, I'm gonna see. Let me see if there's any
families. More than 11,000.
Oh, it's an ad, but it's done in a very playful way.
Yeah.
Under Biden, the highest inflation in 40 years.
Oh yeah, it's an ad. It's an ad.
Yeah,
the way they cut it there, it seemed very interesting. You know.
Oh, I know. But anyway, we're gathered together tonight, hanging out together. You know, that's a great point.
That's insane.
I love my audience. I swear I do. I've got the best audience on the internet. Hands down, no doubt about it. And if you're not a member of my audience, daggone it, subscribe to my channel on YouTube and Rumble, daggone you. We'd love to have you become a part of Fedora Nation. We're going to be doing this all week. We'll be here for the rest of the night. We'll be here Tuesday night, Wednesday night, Thursday night. We're going to have some other hosts drop by. Darius Simpson's going to be here the last night of the convention for Trump's speech. The inestimable Christian Watson's going to stop in at some point, but that not quite sure, but that's going to be dependent upon his schedule. Yeah, so it's going to be a real interesting next few days. And the fascinating thing to watch is, you know, Joe Biden the other day called for the cooling of the temperature on the rhetoric. Well, folks, it's not cooling. It's not cooling at all. So let me tell you something. Just wait. The Democrats are going to waste no time. Vance has been selected as the Veep. This is going to get real interesting going forward. Matter of fact, I was trying to remember exactly how Van Jones of CNN, who we lovingly refer to as Van the Man, Van the Man has already weighed in on the Vance pick and said, they're basically the same strain of the, how do you say it? Same strain of the exact same virus, I believe is the way he put it. I thought, that's full of love and good cheer. But I was expecting no less from the old communist. Anyway, we're hanging out on Rumble. We're hanging out on YouTube. We're basically waiting for our next speaker to come up, which is Governor Glenn Youngkin of Virginia. And it looks like they're about to go back to the stage. So we're going to step off to the side as we normally do with these sort of things. And we will hear from the Old Dominion. And here comes Governor Youngkin now. One time a possibility for the vice presidential candidacy may wind up being a Senate candidate before it's all over with. We'll hear what he's got to say right now.
Yes, Joe must go. Good evening. I'm Glenn Youngkin, the governor. The governor of the home of Washington, Jefferson, Madison, and Monroe, the great Commonwealth of Virginia. Tonight, we stop for a moment. We ask for God's grace to be on innocent victims. We ask him to be with their families. We thank him for this moment of unity. And we thank him for protecting our next president, Donald J. Trump. And tonight, our nation can have the conversation that so many families have at their kitchen tables. Yes, those tough conversations. How do we make it all work? The conversation young families from Midlothian, Virginia till Milwaukee, Wisconsin, whose dreams of buying a home have been shattered by 7.5% mortgage rates. The veterans from Fredericksburg, Virginia to Phoenix, Arizona, whose raises can't keep up with 30% increases in grocery prices and 40% increases in gas. the retirees from Roanoke, Virginia to Reno, Nevada, whose fixed income has been crushed by the silent thief of inflation unleashed by Joe Biden and Kamala Harris. Tonight, America, the land of opportunity, just doesn't feel like that anymore. But 8 years ago, there was an outsider, a businessman who stepped out of his career to rebuild a great nation with the strongest economy, the mightiest military, energy independence, unlimited opportunity, lifting up every American. That outsider businessman was Donald J. Trump, and he will do it again. I'm proud to be a homegrown Virginian, from a family like a lot of families, with ups and downs and highs and lows. My mom was a nurse, and she was my hero. She pulled our family together after my dad lost his job. At 15, washing dishes and flipping eggs, I learned that there is dignity in work. At the height of the pandemic 4 years ago, I asked my amazing wife, Suzanne, to go on a walk with me. I told her I planned to quit my job and run for governor. She looked at me with tears in her eyes and a quivering lip and asked, "Governor of what?" We prayed together and we asked God for guidance and wisdom. And we said if elected, we would serve. After 12 years of only electing Democrats statewide, in November 2021, Virginians elected a Republican outside businessman as their 74th governor. And I believe this year, Virginia will elect another Republican outside businessman as president of the United States. President Trump proved that common sense, conservative leadership works. It works for America, and we're proving it in Virginia too. $5 billion of tax relief, backing the blue. Slashing red tape, declaring loudly that yes, parents matter. And creating jobs, lots of jobs. Virginia now has record job growth, and we were just named America's top state for business. Friends, could this election be more simple? It's common sense versus chaos. It's strength versus weakness. Friends, it's not just Republicans who see this. It's Republicans, independents, and lots of Democrats. It's Americans. Under President Trump, America had high growth and low inflation. Under Joe Biden, America has low growth and high inflation. 66% of Americans now live paycheck to paycheck. Moms and dads worrying, can they buy new shoes for their kids going back to school? Can they write the tuition check for college? Will they ever be able to retire? Under President Trump, 2 2.4 million Americans were lifted out of poverty. Women, Black Americans, Hispanic Americans, Asian Americans all saw record low employment. Under Donald J. Trump, we once again will have that rip-roaring economy that lifts up all Americans. That is our tomorrow. A tomorrow where work is celebrated, where taxes are cut, and inflation is slashed, where we cut red tape, where we unleash American energy dominance, where businesses proudly say, "Made in America." Where entrepreneurs dream and small businesses thrive, where Americans from any background can pour their God-given talents into building their American dream. This is the moment. This is our moment to make America the land of opportunity again. A nation built on a basic truth that we are granted certain unalienable rights, not by a king, but by an almighty creator. And that among these are life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. Our foundational principles are non-negotiable. They are inscribed on our national soul. My fellow Americans, the spirit of hope is spreading. Everyone can feel it, and it will sweep across this nation when we elect Donald J. Trump, the 47th President of the United States. May God bless you, and may God bless the United States of America. Thank you.
I'll tell you what, folks, that by my standard is a pretty good speech.
Please welcome the CEO of
Better.
Goya Foods, America First Policy Institute board member, and chairman of the Hispanic Leadership Coalition, Mr. Bob Unanue.
Owner of Goya Foods.
I remember this one.
Buenas
AOC
noches.
Hammer.
Yeah.
That's crazy.
Good evening, family. Yeah. Wow. Wow. Gracias. 4 years ago, I dared to say that we were blessed by Donald J. Trump, a builder. Got into trouble for that. But more than a builder, he's a courageous leader. And he will bring this nation closer to God. He will bring strength to America. And he will bring prosperity back to America. And that's what my grandfather did as a 17-year-old in 1903. He packed his clothes and his dreams in a suitcase, and he got aboard a steamship. Like millions of other immigrants, he sought nothing more than a chance to build a better life. His American dream began when he opened a small grocery store in Manhattan. With love and determination, he built it into the largest Hispanic-owned food company in the United States. Thank you. Goya Foods grew as the Latino community flourished. The Latino community is diverse, but we are united in our values, values that include an unwavering faith in God, and an abiding love of family, and a fierce work ethic. We want the freedom to worship, to love, and to work in a way that gives us purpose, gives us a reason to get up every day. The Biden-Harris administration disrespects our values and has abused our community. They buried our businesses with inflation and government red tape. They even used the FBI to go after traditional Catholics as if we were terrorists. They put out the welcome mat for drug cartels. Biden's open door policies is all the more insidious because it's couched in soft terms like compassion and sanctuary. In reality, it is cruel. Joe Biden's open southern border facilitates the largest criminal enterprise in the world, which disproportionately victimizes Latinos, especially children. Last year, an HHS whistleblower testified that the United States was the middleman in a large-scale child trafficking operation that has lost track of 85,000 children, a number too large for most football stadiums. Our border czar, Kamala Harris, that means so bad, and we have enough bad, we need some good, we need goodness, was missing in action. Many Latinos came to America from countries where the few exploit and control the many. Today's Democratic Party sees this as their path to maintain power. Instead of lifting people out of poverty, their policies are making our lives worse. For many Latinos, it's deja vu, although even though that's French. I don't know how to say that in Spanish, I'm sorry. The philosopher Jose Marti said, mankind is composed of two sorts of men, those who love and create and those who hate and destroy. Joe Biden and his allies show contempt for anyone who disagrees with them. Their hatred of Donald Trump knows no bounds. Their radical policies are wrecking our economy and destroying our lives. On the other hand, Donald Trump loves this country. He loves us, and he knows how to build and create. He understands that lasting prosperity is built on a foundation of family, faith, work, and freedom. And not the quicksand of government handouts. He believes we are blessed by God, and with a firm belief that with God, all things are possible, he will make America great again. Love you guys. Love you guys. Thank you.
Okay, folks, I'm going to do a real quick switch out, if for nothing else, to try to give us better coverage of this. There's a band. We're running maybe a couple of minutes behind, at least on Right Side Broadcasting's coverage of this. So I've taken the liberty of going ahead and pulling up New York Post's coverage, and I've got it stopped. The next speaker up is going to be Governor Kristi Noem of South Dakota, and we'll go ahead and take you straight to it.
Governor Kristi Noem of South Dakota.
Yep, I think the stream quality on this is going to be a little bit better.
Good evening. You all look fantastic. I love the cowboy hats. And a shout out to South Dakota. Hi. Woo. Listen, I'm Governor Kristi Noem from the great state of South Dakota. Leadership has consequences. It matters who's in the White House. Now, I've been governor under both President Trump and Joe Biden. And people ask me all the time, what's the biggest difference? And I tell them that President Trump honored the Constitution. He let me do my job. And he let me keep my people free. Now, leadership on the state level, it matters too. It certainly mattered in South Dakota. I am so proud to say that South Dakota's strong economy has been a beacon of freedom for America. Most of you probably first heard about me during COVID, didn't you? Because South Dakota was the only state in the country that stayed open for business. We didn't mandate anything. We never ordered a single business or a church to close. I never even defined what an essential business was, because I don't believe that the government has the authority to tell you that your business isn't essential. When other states were pushing mandates and lockdowns, instead in South Dakota, we hit the gas. We embraced liberty. We told our story and we invited people to come and to enjoy our beautiful state. Now, all of the things that conservatives have always talked about, we just did it, and it worked. Our economy took off, and since I've been governor, we broke the national record for the lowest unemployment rate in American history at 1.8%. In South Dakota, everybody works. We paid off state debts and bonds. We fixed dams and bridges. We built roads. We have a fully funded pension plan and a AAA credit rating. We broke records for surpluses, and we balance our budget every single year.
And shoot our dogs when necessary.
And last year in South Dakota, we passed the largest tax cut in South Dakota history. Under my administration, incomes in our state have gone up 36%. Women-owned businesses are thriving. We also have the highest birth rate in the nation. People are having babies because they're happy. And in South Dakota, we love babies. Our mental health challenges have gone down. Our suicide rates are declining, and we are the #1 state in the country for a decline in overdoses because people have hope. We're growing so fast that we needed more workers to catch up. So we launched the most successful workforce recruitment campaign in the history of South Dakota. And they have come by the thousands to join us and to live with us. Do you guys remember those ads when I was a really lousy plumber and a really terrible electrician? Do you remember those? Well, since we started those ads, we have seen a 78% increase in licensed plumbers in the state of South Dakota. We've seen a 44% increase in electricians in our state. Now, people aren't moving to South Dakota for our beaches or for our beautiful January weather. They are moving to our state for opportunity and for freedom. And all of this happened because our people were bold. We took action, and I was strong. Now, South Dakota proved that freedom will make America wealthy again. And with President Trump in the White House, with Senator J.D. Vance by his side, we will prove it across America. Listen, 2 days ago, the whole world changed. Evil displayed itself in the very worst way, through a cowardly act. An innocent American lost his life, and we will continue to lift his family up in our prayers every single day. Prior to this week, we already knew that President Donald Trump was a fighter. He is the toughest man that I have ever met. Nobody has endured more than what he has gone through. They've attacked his reputation, they impeached him, they tried to bankrupt him, and they unjustly prosecuted him. But even in the most perilous moment this week, his instinct was to stand and to fight. Donald J. Trump is our man in the arena. He will never stop fighting for us. He will never stop, and now he is bringing all of us together. Now, I know that many of you are angry, but now is the time to unite, and we have to get to work. We have to win the hearts and minds of every single American, wake them up with truth and with wisdom. We need to listen to them. You can't win people over by arguing with them. Visit with your neighbors, at your job, at your church, at the gas station, or even at the grocery store. Listen, there are moments in our history, often after great hardship and tragedy, when true leaders unite our country. At one time, President Lincoln, he united our country. He delivered my favorite presidential address of all time. In fact, it's the only speech or poem or song that I ever made my kids memorize when they were young, when they were little. It was the Gettysburg Address, and it was delivered during our nation's bloodiest conflict. That speech so inspired people that they continued to fight for years, and they lost loved ones in order to preserve this union we call the United States of America. Now, at that time, President Lincoln encouraged us to take increased devotion, that this nation under God shall have a new birth of freedom, and that a government of the people, by the people, and for the people shall not perish from this earth. Like Lincoln, in the midst of our pain and division, Donald Trump is calling us to be touched by the better angels of our nature. As Paul wrote in 2 Timothy, God has not given us a spirit of fear, but of power and of love and a sound mind. We must not be afraid. Even in our darkest days, we have never once given up hope. So don't quit on America. If we lose this country, where else will we go that provides more freedom and opportunity for our kids and our grandkids? And I've got 3 grandkids, and I'm counting on a whole lot more. And yes, democracy can be messy, but there is a great invisible strength to a people's union. We have shown the world that we can endure sacrifice and that we can still unite. We should still aspire to be worthy of this union, America. President Donald J. Trump is the leader we need for such a time as this. So now, I need you to get to work. Get out there, go do it. Don't quit. Keep fighting, keep uniting, keep talking to people, win the hearts and minds, and may God bless you. And may God continue to bless the great United States of America. Thank you.
Donald Trump's surprise visit to
And that is South Carolina Governor Kristi Noem. My name is Brian Trippett. I'm the Front Porch Conservative. I'm joined with my friend Ruben Christopher Haynes. We have a little bit of a commercial here. Ruben, I'm not trying to speak ill of most of the speakers that we're hearing tonight. And I know that the conventions and convention speakers have different functions, but I got to tell you something. With the exception of maybe 2 or 3, Youngkin, Mark Robinson of North Carolina, John James of Michigan, I am not trying to be rude to these elected officials and others, but most of these speeches are remarkably forgettable. There's just not a lot here. This
is done out of tradition. These are people vie for clout within the party, and they get their time. So they every 4 years they vie for this. So this is basically the beginning act of the not even main stage, off stage, off Broadway speeches. For basically that's basically it. And nothing's gonna, again, it's all pomp, it's all pomp and circumstance, it's all show, whatever. People are hobnobbing, they're networking, all that stuff. That's all it is. So but again, it is a disappointing night. I wanted them to concentrate more on moving forward, and hopefully they do that.
And this is Bob Bartles from the Steamfitters Union in New York City.
My name is Bobby Bartels. I'm a proud member of Steamfitters Local Union 638. And like many of my fellow union members, I've been a Democrat my whole life. And like so many of my fellow union members, we have come to expect empty promises from Democratic politicians. In 1986, after a decade of Democratic politicians' mismanagement, Central Park's iconic Woolman Ice Rink had fallen into an unusable state of disrepair. Politicians made promise after promise to fix the rink, and yet they did nothing. That's when Donald Trump stepped up.
This is a good story.
He wasn't mayor. He wasn't running for anything, but he was a guy who cared.
This is the real Trump. This is the real Trump.
About people, and he knew how to get a job done. He put his money and his reputation on the line and committed to getting it built. He did it using skilled local union labor like the men of Local 638. Together, we worked tirelessly on that project, completing it on time and ensuring kids would be skating that fall on that rink. And a quick note to President Biden, that involved working outside the hours of 10 a.m. and 4 p.m.
No. Hey-o. Hey-o.
Early one hot summer morning on that job, I saw Donald Trump visiting the site. I yelled out, "Are you here to buy us coffee?" President walked right over. He wasn't the president at the time, but he walked right over, grinning, and handed me some cash and told us it was too hot for coffee. Go buy sandwiches and drinks for everyone.
I could see that. Real easy.
Now, more than ever, we need a president who knows how to get things done. We have an open border inviting illegal immigrants to take our American jobs and lower our wages. Out of control inflation is squeezing budgets, and both violent crime and drug epidemic are pushing people out of our cities, all while Democrats do nothing. That's why this union Democrat will be voting Trump along So that's why this union Democrat, along with many of my local union members, will be voting Trump this November. So that we can take back the middle class, take back the country, and rebuild the middle class that my union has helped build over so many years. God bless America. Thank you.
All right, good speech, good and solid, good and solid. We're basically waiting for Representative Byron Donalds from Florida to take the stage next, and and it's a very short wait because here he comes, just stalking out like a panther. Anyway, yeah, look at that, just strutting on out.
BDE, but BDE.
Why do I have a feeling this is going to be a step up?
Oh, here it comes.
Here it comes. Here we go.
Oh God, please. We're good.
Good evening, Milwaukee.
This is about to get fun, y'all. This is about to get fun. He hadn't even said a word yet, and they're already chanting his name.
You know, Milwaukee, we're on live television. You got to let me get to the speech now. Thank you. I'm Byron Donalds, and I come from the great state of Florida. And I proudly represent the people of Southwest Florida. But I was raised by a single mother in Brooklyn, New York. Life was hard and we struggled. When I was in the first grade, my mother took me out of public school because she could see that public education was failing me. I needed to be challenged, and I needed the opportunity that only a private school could provide. My mother is an educator, and she truly believed in my potential. But Democrat politicians wanted to trap me in a failing school, but my mom fought for me. Mom, I just want to take this opportunity to say thank you. Thank you, Mom. Words cannot describe how deeply grateful I am to be your son. When I was in the 7th grade, my mom lost her job. We went on government assistance, and my grandma helped us pay for private school. My mom and my grandma sacrificed to ensure that I could build a successful future through a commitment to academic achievement and hard work. I'm standing here today as a result of their love, good and safe schools, and great teachers. And to the teachers of America who pour your heart and your soul into your students and teach the next generation to love, honor, and serve our great country, we all say thank you. But what about those kids whose parents can't scrape money together for private school? Don't those kids who grew up like I grew up deserve the same chance that I had? Joe Biden and Kamala Harris sent their kids to high-priced private schools. But since they are in the pocket of the far-left teachers' unions, they trap poor kids like me in failing schools with no way out. They say they're pro-choice, but not if you want a choice over what your kids are taught. Donald Trump believes every parent deserves a choice and every child deserves a chance. And in November, when Donald Trump is elected, our nation's 47th president, we will make sure all America's children get that chance.
Growing up poor, I know the pain of high food prices, high energy prices, and housing costs. I remember as a kid, my mom yelling at me, "Turn off that light, you don't pay the bill." We know there's a bunch of kids in America today who are hearing that from their parents. The massive inflation created by Joe Biden and Kamala Harris has only made it worse. During my first term in Congress, I served on the Budget Committee and the Small Business Committee. We told Joe Biden that his so-called American Rescue Plan was going to cause inflation. The Biden-Harris administration told us not to worry, but I knew better. I have nearly 2 decades of experience as a financial professional, and the evidence is in. Go to any grocery store, buy eggs, buy beef, buy milk. Even housing prices have skyrocketed. All Americans deserve a shot at the American dream. But under Joe Biden's debilitating economic policies, far many Americans, far too many of them, that dream has slipped away. This shows that we were right, that Joe Biden was wrong, and that you, the American people, are paying the price. As Americans, we've all been struggling. The disastrous results of the Biden-Harris agenda transcend race, religion, or income. But under President Trump, all of this will change. And if there was ever a time in our nation to come together, that time is now. With Trump, our economy will boom again. You will have more money in your pocket again. And your children will have a future again. Together, I know we will make America wealthy again. And together, America, we will make America great again. God bless you, Milwaukee. God bless the United States of America.
That was Representative Byron Donalds from Florida. And if you're just joining us, my name is Brian Trippett. I am the Front Porch Conservative. I'm joined by my good buddy, Ruben Christopher Haynes. We are watching speeches here tonight. I'm going to speed this up a little bit just to move through the band. The next speaker is just taking the stage, and I'm going to try and keep up with where we're at so there's not too much of a lag. The next speaker up is financier David Sachs, the former CEO of the company known as Yammer. So we're going to get to that momentarily. And if you're not subscribed to either one of our channels, please do me a favor and give both of us a sub. We would appreciate it. And like I said, I'm going to try and move this along for everyone's benefit. So give me 1 second here and let me see if I can. Yeah, here we go. This should help it out. There we go, folks. And with that, the next speaker
Please
up.
welcome business leader and host of the All In podcast, David Sachs.
Good evening, America. Good evening, America. I'm David Sachs, a legal immigrant who worked hard to achieve the American dream. Now, thank you. Now I'm concerned those same opportunities won't be there for future generations. As I look out at this convention, I see a party that is strong and unified behind President Donald J. Trump and his pick for Vice President, Senator J.D. Vance. And what about the Democrats? They're in disarray after shielding President Biden from a vigorous primary and gaslighting the entire country about his fitness to serve. We still don't know which puppet Democrat Party bosses will install as their nominee, but we know what their agenda will be. 4 more years of chaos and failure, both at home and abroad. In my hometown of San Francisco, Democrat rule has turned the streets of our beautiful city into a cesspool of crime, homeless encampments, and open drug use. Democrats, led by border czar Kamala Harris, have allowed millions of illegal migrants to invade our country. They tasked Homeland Security not with stopping the illegal aliens, but with busing them all over our country. Democrats have recklessly spent trillions of dollars of wasteful and unnecessary government programs, setting off the worst inflation since Jimmy Carter. But worst of all, the Biden-Harris administration has taken a world that was at peace under President Trump, and they lit it on fire. First, President Biden botched the Afghanistan withdrawal, displaying incompetence and weakness for the whole world to see. Then he provoked the Russians to invade Ukraine with talk of NATO expansion. Afterward, he rejected every opportunity for peace in Ukraine, including a deal to end the war just 2 months after it broke out. Now the war is deep into its third year with no end in sight. Hundreds of thousands of people are dead. Hundreds of billions of our taxpayer dollars have gone up in smoke. President Biden sold us this new forever war by promising it would weaken Russia and strengthen America. Well, how does that look today? Russia's military is bigger than before, while our own stockpiles are dangerously depleted. Every day, there are new calls for escalation, and the world looks on in horror as Joe Biden's demented policy takes us to the brink of World War III. In the Middle East, America is now losing a war with the Houthis. And the administration's policy towards Gaza has been so incoherent that the only thing that pro-Israel and pro-Palestine protesters agree on.
Hey everybody, Jeremiah here, the owner of Polar Bear Heating Air, located right here in Ashland, Kentucky. Let me ask you, if you
Rather than bolstering confidence in American leadership, as he promised, President Biden has become the symbol of an America in decline. This may be our present, but it does not have to be our future. We can replace the Biden-Harris cabal with a president who is strong and smart, rather than sleepy and senile. Or, in her case, clueless and embarrassing. A president who understands that you build the most powerful military in the world to keep America safe, not to play the world's policeman.
He's a donor. He's not a speaker.
President who is willing to talk to adversaries as well as friends, because that is the only way to make peace.
He's well-intentioned. He's well-intentioned.
This speech is weirdly placed.
Who will stand up to the
really
warmongers instead
he's like he's talking to a dinner table.
Yeah.
That's how that's again he's a money guy. That's how a money guy talks.
And demands reciprocity from other nations.
You had I'm sorry, I'm talking right now, but it's so boring. But you had the cheerleader, you had the Carlton, you had just the stereotypical, you had the Stepford mom, just everybody. It was like it's a comedy in a way. You had its good points.
The president who can
this is like a money guy. It's like Ocean's 11, but a very, very like a weird version.
By his or her
agreed.
staff.
He's awful. Just awful.
That's what I'm saying. Just bombs.
We need
bombing.
order in our cities, order at our border, and order restored to a world on fire.
We might as well get this out of the way now.
Donald J. Trump back in the White House. Thank you.
Oh shit! He knew he fucked up. But anyway, but here's the thing.
Thank you that it's over, mother of God.
That's why I had to step in. I couldn't take it anymore. But wait, who's this?
New speaker coming up. This is Vanessa Ferre. So here we go.
Look at that crowd. Good evening, everyone. Good evening, America. My name is Vanessa Ferre. I was born in Peru, and my family migrated legally to the United States when I was 9 years old.
Okay.
Like millions of legal immigrants, my family didn't begin our pursuit of the American dream by breaking the law. We respected America, and we wanted to earn our citizenship. When we arrived in the Bronx, we lived on the 6th floor of a graffiti-painted building. Both my parents worked 2 jobs. At 18, I achieved one of my greatest aspirations. I became a United States citizen. I asked my father which party I should join. He said that we're Hispanics, we vote Democrat. But the more I learned, the more I saw that the Democratic Party didn't represent my values. Republicans did. I believe that the most important institution is the family, that the U.S. Constitution is the greatest document in history, and that every human being, born and unborn, is made in the image of God. Today, I'm proud to be part of an organization that protects the freedoms and opportunities of women across America. I've had the honor of meeting thousands of moms. Since Biden took office, I've heard one message from mothers from all backgrounds. The cost of living is making it harder to meet basic needs. Moms are reaching down the bottom shelf to just save 35 cents. Grandmothers who should be enjoying their golden years are working again to barely make ends meet.
This lady's good.
Under the Biden-Harris agenda, we're no longer living, we're surviving. It feels more and more like I'm back in Latin America. Under President Trump, Hispanics unemployment reached record lows and our income reached a record high.
Fact.
Good. This is a really good speech so far, honestly.
To my fellow Hispanic Americans and to all Americans, if you believe in faith, family, freedom, financial stability, join me in voting for Donald Trump this November. Thank you, America.
How many idiots are going to think that's a deep fake?
Ladies and gentlemen, Charlie Kirk.
Now this ought to be good.
Oh,
the founder of Turning Point USA. Ladies and gentlemen, this ought to be the definite palate. The last speech was the palate cleanser from David Sachs. This ought to be something that gets everybody's appetite up and going again.
Thank you, everybody. Thank you. Good evening. I'm Charlie Kirk, founder of Turning Point USA and Turning Point Action. Together, the largest conservative grassroots organizations in the country. Thanks to our work, I talk to a lot of young people on campuses, at our events, on my radio show, podcast, and social media. Said differently, I visit college campuses so you don't have to.
Cute. That's a good line.
I hear a lot from young people about their hopes, their dreams, and their fears. You see, young people are idealists. They respond to vision. For the past 4 years, they've seen the vision of the Biden-Harris regime. That vision is you'll own nothing and be happy. The Democrats say instead of owning a home, you'll rent a 400 square foot studio apartment. Instead of owning a car, you'll rent a scooter using some app. Their vision is this: limit your dreams, give up, aim lower, be content with less. If you're a 20-something in America, life has been really tough. You've watched home prices rise 47% since 2020, 47%. Home ownership is now out of reach unless you make over $106,000 a year. Since I last spoke at the Republican Convention 4 years ago, I've become a husband and father. In fact, we have 2 under 2. I think I get extra points for that. For millions of people my age, that is a dream that feels farther away than ever under the Biden-Harris administration. According to current projections, 1/3 of today's young Americans will never get married. The average American is having fewer children than ever before. Why? It's because for far too many, they simply can't afford them. The basic things our parents enjoyed are increasingly out of reach for Gen Z and millennials. You see, the American dream has become a luxury item for the wealthy elite. Happy countries have children. Broken countries have addiction, depression, and suffering. Democrats have given hundreds of billions of dollars to illegals and foreign nations, while Gen Z has to pinch pennies just so that they can never own a home, never marry, and work until they die, childless. Under Biden, our young people own nothing and they are miserable. Donald Trump refuses to accept this fake, pathetic, mutilated version of the American dream. When he was president, young people were richer than ever before, and he will do it again. Donald Trump is on a rescue mission to revive your birthright, one your grandparents and those before them gave everything to hand down to you. And listen carefully, everybody. This is why young men are the most conservative that they have been in 50 years. To all the Gen Zers watching this convention on TikTok right now, I have a message just for you. You don't have to stay poor. You don't have to accept being worse off than your parents. You don't have to feel aimless and unhappy. You don't have to support leaders who lied to you and took advantage of you for your vote. America's future is a series of choices. Our current state of slow motion national decline is a choice. This November, we're going to choose success. We're going to choose to put the future of Americans first. We are going to choose to no longer be spectators this election. We together are going to do the work to save America. We are going to choose to work harder than ever before, to chase ballots, to vote early, to register new voters, and all of us together working harder than ever, we will fire the Biden-Harris regime and put Donald Trump back in the White House where he belongs. God bless you guys. Thank you so much.
On the very first day that we take back the White House from crooked Joe Biden, the worst president in the history of our country, I believe that we're going to have 4 of the greatest years in the history of our country. I will once and for all secure our elections. We're going to go to paper ballots. We're going to have same-day voting, voter ID. We're going to do it properly. We're going to have good, secure, beautiful elections. We never want what happened in 2020 to happen again. But until then, Republicans must win, and we must use every appropriate tool available to beat the Democrats. They are destroying our country. Whether you vote early, absentee, by mail, or in person, we are going to protect the vote. That's the most important thing we have to do, is protect the vote. Keep your eyes open, because these people want to cheat, and they do cheat. And frankly, it's the only thing they do well. We will make sure your ballot is secure and your voice is heard. Many Republicans like to vote on Election Day, and we must swamp the radical Democrats with massive turnout on Tuesday, November 5th. The way you win is to swamp them. If we swamp them, they can't cheat. It just doesn't work out. But if you can't make it, you need to make a plan, register, and vote any way possible. We got to get your vote. So with your vote, we will win a victory the likes of which no one has ever seen before. We will evict crooked Joe Biden from the White House, and we will take back our country on November 5th, 2024, the most important day in the history of our country. That's what it's going to go down as. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the chair of the RNC Committee on the Platform, United States Senator Marsha Blackburn of Tennessee.
Should be interesting.
Good evening, and what a great evening it is. I am Marsha Blackburn from the great state of Tennessee.
Hey, Ruben, what part of the country do you think she's from?
And yes, last week I did have the honor of
So I think the South.
platform
Yeah,
committee.
that's for sure.
We produced a different kind of
Georgia,
platform.
Tennessee area.
One that is dedicated to the
Yeah, if you didn't know she was
forgotten
from Tennessee,
women
that
of
voice would give it
America.
away.
People like Brad Bordeaux, a small businessman from White Bluff, Tennessee. Brad leads Bordeaux Metals. By the end of the Obama-Biden administration, high taxes, massive government spending, and overregulation almost put him out of business. But things changed when we elected Donald Trump. Thanks to President Trump's tax and regulation cuts, Brad and those that worked for him prospered. He hired new workers, expanded the business. Life was good and getting better. But Bidenomics was a four-letter word for Bordeaux Metals. Joe Biden, Kamala Harris, their high inflation, high interest, high taxes, and Green New scam are destroying small businesses. Biden and Harris outsourced our energy supply, driving electricity prices up over 29%. They, Joe and Kamala, walked into office. Gas was $2.40 a gallon. Today, it is $3.54. Our platform says we will make America energy dominant. You know? And let me hear you now. You know who will make that happen? Donald Trump. Joe Biden and Kamala Harris also think that small business owners are wealthy and they should pay their fair share. We all know that's the left-wing code for you gotta pay more taxes. Well, in Tennessee, I led the fight against a proposed state income tax. We killed that thing. We are income tax free in Tennessee. So when Donald Trump was president, I helped him spread economic prosperity with the largest tax cut in American history. Now, President Trump will make those tax cuts permanent. But if Joe and Kamala are reelected, they say they're going to let them expire. That will be the biggest tax increase in American history. Our party's platform commits to making the Trump tax cuts permanent. And you know who will return us to an era of prosperity? Donald Trump. Now, Joe and Kamala, bless their hearts, they couldn't help themselves. They hired 85,000 new IRS agents to harass hardworking Americans. IRS penalties have surged 300%. And they're not on big corporations. They're on gig workers, freelancers, small business owners, and the self-employed. Let me ask you a question. Who is going to look at those 85,000 IRS agents and say, "You're fired"? Donald Trump. Under Biden and Harris, people are also crushed by more regulations than at any time since Jimmy Carter. Their regulations aren't just burdensome. Often, they include racist DEI requirements. Many small businesses are going bankrupt. Some are throwing up their hands in disgust. Our party's platform pledges 7 times to cut regulations that are killing jobs and costing you thousands of dollars. Now, you know who will slash that red tape and return this country to economic greatness? Donald Trump. The harmful Biden-Harris policies are why so many small business owners, like Shayna Gray, she is a Black female owner of Great Jet Cafe right here in Milwaukee. She voted for Biden in 2020, and in 24, she is voting for President Donald Trump. Our platform is a promise to people like Shayna, people like Brad, and President Trump will keep his promises just like he did the first time. So I've got one more question for you. Who should be the next president of the United States? Donald Trump. God bless you, protect you, and God bless and protect the United States. Thank you.
And it looks like the band is kicking it up again, so we'll try and fast forward here, and that'll totally get us up to speed, or more to the point it should. Okay, the band's playing. Anyway, welcome in. If you're just joining us, my name is Brian Trippett. I am the Front Porch Conservative. I'm joined by my good buddy, Ruben Christopher Haynes. We are live stream covering the 2024 Republican National Convention. There is Vice Presidential candidate J.D. Vance making his way into the arena. And a lot of people looking over, taking pictures, stopping to say hello, that sort of thing. So, yes, we are here tonight covering all this. Ruben, your thoughts?
Well, essentially, everything's building up to this hour. 9 o'clock to 10 o'clock is prime time. So we're about to reach prime time. So that in of itself also that's why all the other speeches you've heard leading up to it. You had some bangers, you Byron Donalds, you had some stinkers, sacks, and in between. Yeah, but again, it's all built up to the next speaker. Oh,
there comes the big guy.
Shit. Oh, shit.
Oh,
Here it
my
is.
goodness. The big guy's in the house.
Oh, God. Oh, he's going on. He's going out.
Yeah, he's going out there, man. And when he walks out there, and I'm sure, they've already got the...
Holy shit.
Yeah, when he walks out there, we're gonna, music or not, we're gonna play it. If YouTube wants to get mad at me,
fair use, baby, fair use.
Yeah, fair use.
National event with significant importance to the American time, what we're in right now. That's the one thing I was going to basically say. Also, the difference between now and any time in history, also, it's the fact that news can spread so quickly, right or wrong. It spreads very quickly.
Yep.
Look at this. This is insane. They see him.
Yep. And he's like, "Yep, I can hear you. I can hear you." To answer Gypsy's question, it shouldn't last much longer. There are basically 6 speakers left. No, 5, excuse me. Amber Rose is the model and entrepreneur. Sean O'Brien, the president of the International Brotherhood of Teamsters, and 3 other speakers who are not necessarily politicians or per se famous, but they will be speaking, so that it shouldn't be too much longer. Now that I don't know. I don't know if he's going to introduce Vance or not at this point. Yeah, I agree. It is a beautiful moment. I agree.
Damn.
Yeah. So we'll drop that back a little bit, but yeah, it looks. I don't know if Trump's just going to go out and take a seat, or if he's coming out to the stage. We'll find out here in just a moment.
If he runs, if he runs out with his hands up, oh my God! If he does that, holy no, I don't know. He'll be too. Who knows? Hands up or just normal? It'd be funny.
I don't know. Do not know yet.
Oh God, it'd be hilarious.
No RNC.
Oh, he may.
Oh my God! Oh God!
He may be getting ready to come out, because if you're going to have a Lee Greenwood song, it sounds like he's coming out on stage, folks.
Yes.
So this is a surprise. Some folks had said that Trump may or may not be here tonight. I mean, he knew he'd be in the building, but I didn't think he'd be coming out this evening. So I tell you what, if he walks out there, he's going to take the roof off the joint.
Oh yeah.
I mean,
Wait,
absolutely.
what's going on? Something's going on. Something's going on. No, I can't hear anything.
Okay, well, I'm kind of.
I know. I don't know if he's singing. Is he singing?
He is.
Thank you, everybody, for being here tonight. Tonight, we make the decision on what's right for America. More prosperity, less gas prices, less food prices, help for our veterans, and God bless our military wherever they are in this United States and abroad. There would be no wars.
Ladies
there
and
wasn't any when
gentlemen,
President Trump
please
was president.
welcome the next president of the United States, Donald J.
My goodness.
Trump.
Oh God, here it comes.
Okay, now for that, I'm gonna.
Arm up. I know he's to do the arm up. I knew it. He's to do the arm up.
Yeah,
I knew it.
Yep.
Iconic, baby. Iconic. He's got to go do the arm up.
Yeah,
absolutely.
Absolutely. This is kind of amazing. He's coming up on stage, it looks like.
Yeah, he is.
Yeah, he's coming up on stage. Oh my goodness. Ladies and gentlemen, 72 hours, not more than 72 hours from an assassin's bullet coming within an inch of taking his life. This man is coming up on stage to greet the convention. This is amazing. This is an amazing moment. And like I say, I don't know. Hang on.
Sing it.
No, I can't. Believe me, I would love to. Can't.
No. Yeah, you can't.
Okay, yeah, there he is with Tucker Carlson, Byron Donalds. There's Kimberly and Junior and Eric. And there they are. There's your ticket.
Yeah.
Trump Vance. The handshake.
Man, look at that shit.
Folks, it's going to be an interesting 4 months from here to the election. This is going to be fascinating.
Right there. There it is. Right there.
Yep. There's the picture. There is the picture, folks. Let's see where.
It's still music. Music.
Across the plains of
Yeah.
He's in the second verse. Well, yeah. I mean, I don't know how much of this was planned right now, but I tell you what, the orchestrators of the convention, given what this man went through on Saturday to now,
because this shit is planned years in advance.
but here's the point that I'm getting ready to make. I think this is more. I mean, I know that Donald Trump might be wanting to do this for the convention goers, but honestly, I honestly think this is doing him more good than it may be him doing good for them. If I may be so bold as to say it. Yeah, not on stage. I mistook where I thought he was at. I thought he was going to walk up on stage, but he's off on the side. But yeah, this is definitely, I think, doing him a lot of good right now.
Right.
A lot of good.
Yeah, and then again, this is basically this is going to be him. Again, how can the news spin this another way? They will. Assassination attempt. He's there. That's all I can say. He's there.
Yeah.
But the idea that, oh man, the guy that got shot, he's and then the normal guy will say, man, you know, Mr. President.
Now, Ruben, I have a question for you. I really do. I have a question for you. What are the Democrats going to do come August?
Please welcome Mark Laws from Cedar Springs, Michigan.
I'll get back to that question momentarily. I'll explain what I mean. Okay.
Who's this guy?
I'm not sure.
Wait, it's Steve Forbes.
No, it's not Steve Forbes.
Yeah, it is.
No, it's not.
It is, isn't it?
No, the gentleman's name is Mark Laws, Laws.
Oh, okay. Okay, I thought he was sick or something. Jeez, I'm sorry. Sorry. Oh, okay. Somebody else.
I'm not sure what he's waiting for. I'm not sure if Trump's moving off stage or if he's. No, he's seated. Okay.
Good evening. I'm Mark Laws, and I live in Western Michigan. I'm not a senator or a governor or some other politician, but I'm just a regular guy. But to my kids and my grandkids who call me Peepa, I'm the guy. I live on a fixed income, so I'm not one of the people that watch their portfolios. No, in the big boy Joe economy, I just worry about getting through the day. But I'm fortunate because I don't have a mortgage. If I did, I'm really not sure how I'd make it. The big boy Joe inflation has turned our dollars into nickels. And in Michigan, we got 180,000 plus people that are in tax lien foreclosure right now. So even though I don't have a mortgage, I still got to pay the government to rent my house. and if I don't, they take it away. When I'm asked how I'm doing, I answer honestly. I say, I'm doing okay. But don't you remember under President Trump, we didn't have to settle for just okay. We were doing great.
That's a good speech so far.
I wanted to make some improvements to my home, but with inflation and the price of materials, that's not possible. So I don't want to go into debt, so I just put it off. I'd also like to spoil my grandkids with some great Peepaw unique gifts for their birthdays. But with the price of gas and groceries, I don't do that. I'd settle for a cake and ice cream. Prices keep going up, but my income stays the same. I just keep putting things off, hoping that I'll be able to afford them again someday. It's got me thinking. I've been hoping for better days, but life is happening right now, and we can't waste any more time on the big boy Joe terrible economic policies. We need to bring Donald Trump back right now. We need to know and share the 20 promises that Donald Trump has made. We need to get involved with the Trump 47. And you remember, ballots win elections, so that's the best way to do it. I know a lot of folks just kind of tune the politics out, but we really can't afford to anymore because we're not living in the same country that we grew up in. Cutesy time is over. We need to all of us put our shoulder to the wheel and push along and get Mr. Trump, Donald Trump, to be number 47 again. Thank you, and God bless America.
That speech was short, succinct, and to the point. And honestly, and I'm not saying this to suck up to anybody here, that is the speech that everybody should have copied tonight. I don't care if you're a politician. I don't care if you are an elected person, no formerly elected person, CEO of a company, whatever. If this is about economics and you're trying to paint and I'm not trying to be critical here. I'm not. So please forgive me if it comes off that way. But if this night is about to make America wealthy again, the contrast needs to be set between what Joe Biden's economy has wrought versus what we once had. And I think that honestly, that speech to me does a lot. It really does. I think it was really, really good. Like I say, he's not rich, he's not powerful by his own admission. But by the same token, everything he said was well worth it. Absolutely everything. We're winding down coverage of the convention's first night. The next speaker up will be Benjamin Josephs, another what the conventioneers list as another everyday American. And while we're waiting, and it looks like he's about to take the stage, my name is Brian Trippett. I'm the Front Porch Conservative, joined tonight by my good buddy Reuben Christopher Haynes. Mr. Josephs is coming to the stage, so we will take a listen and see what he has to say.
Hello, Michigan. Hello, my fellow patriots. I'm the owner of a home remodeling business that my father Steve started in 1972. During the Trump boom, we were thriving. Under Biden, we are surviving. I know other business owners, like many of you in this room, can relate. With the financial strain caused by the Biden-Harris economy, many clients are tightening their belts, closing their wallets, and cutting back on their home remodeling projects. To keep work coming in, I've had to lower my margins, and I mean lower them. I'm now barely making payroll, and our families just have enough to live on. But we can't build up any savings, and we can't move forward. As parents, we want to provide for our children. But more and more parents like myself have to look their little girl or their little boy in the eye when they're asked for something and say, we can't afford it. Those 4 words are heartbreaking. We didn't have to say those words under Donald Trump when he was president. That's because Donald Trump is a businessman, not a crooked career politician. President Trump understands what business owners need to succeed because he is a business owner himself and has succeeded. He knew we could create millions of great jobs if given the chance, and we did. The Trump's tax cuts and regulation cuts empowered entrepreneurs like you and me and enabled us to expand our businesses. We need him back in the White House. As a representative of Michigan at this convention, I want to give a special Michigander thank you to President Trump for being our champion. He has inspired so many of us, even in this room, to step up and get involved in the fight to save America. With his leadership and our help, we will make America affordable again, wealthy again, and great again. May God bless each and every one of you. May God bless and continue to protect President Trump and his family. And may God bless the United States of America. Thank you.
Please welcome Amber Rose from South Philadelphia.
Now, this is going to be interesting.
It's okay. Watch.
My name is Amber Rose. I'm a model and entrepreneur. Thank you. But most importantly, I'm a mother. My whole world revolves around providing for my children, keeping them safe, and giving them an opportunity for a better life. That's something that unites all American parents, whether we're Republicans, Democrats, conservatives, or liberals. We all want a better country for our children. But I'm here tonight to tell you, no matter your political background, that the best chance we have to give our babies a better life is to elect Donald Trump President of the United States. Now, you may be wondering why I'm up here telling you this. I'm no politician and I don't want to be, but I do care about the truth. And the truth is that the media has lied to us about Donald Trump.
Here we go.
I know this because for a long time I believed those lies, so I'm here to set the record straight. The first person I knew who supported Donald Trump was my father. I was shocked. My entire family is racially diverse, and I believed the left-wing propaganda that Donald Trump was a racist. My father said, "No, he's not, Amber. What are you talking about?" And when I insisted, he said, "Prove it." So to prove my father wrong, I did my research and looked into all things Donald Trump. People have to do their research. I watched all the rallies, and I started meeting so many of you, his red hat wearing supporters. I realized Donald Trump and his supporters don't care if you're black, white, gay, or straight. It's all.
Preach it, sister.
Mm-hmm.
And that's when it hit me. These are my people. This is where I belong.
And how many millions of followers does she have on social media?
That's why you're doing it right now between 9 and 10.
My fear of judgment, of being misunderstood, of getting attacked by the left, and I put the red hat on too. Thank you. Love you too. I never felt more free and more love for my country than I do now. I want to thank my father, who's in the audience tonight, for opening my eyes. He served over 20 years in the U.S. military. Thank you for your service, Dad. Yeah. I love you, Dad. I love you. I love you so much. Thank you. When I met the president and Melania for the first time, he was kind and generous and funny as hell. Very funny. The First Lady was gracious and smart with a smile that will brighten up any room. If you're watching this tonight, you know our country is in trouble, just like me. When you go to the store and buy food for your family, you're shocked. When you fill up your gas tank, you're pissed. I know I am.
She's gonna say it. She's gonna say it.
And when you turn on the news, you are just exhausted. Inflation is out of control. And you know in your heart it was not like this under Donald Trump. My message to you tonight comes from a humble place. The left told me to hate Trump, and even worse, to hate the other side, the people who support him. When you cut through the lies, you realize the truth. American families were better when Donald Trump was president.
The four horsemen of the apocalypse.
We were safer, wealthier, and stronger. A vote for Donald Trump is a vote to put money back in our pockets and good food on our kids' plates. Yes. Or, as Trump would say, it's a vote to make America great again. Thank you so much. Thank you.
That was one of the best speeches tonight.
Yeah.
Please welcome Latino
very
American Linda Fornos.
Who? Yeah.
16 years ago, I left Nicaragua for a better life in a fabulous Las Vegas, Nevada. Woo! America welcomed me, and I embraced the values of hard work, learning the language, and respecting the laws. It's the American thing to do. In 2022, my 3 boys and I faced a devastating house fire. We lost everything. And starting over in Joe Biden's economy was almost impossible. The Biden economy is driving prices through the roof. Rent, gas, groceries, everything. As a life insurance worker, I see the struggle of people trying to save for their future while barely managing their basic needs. I'm living that same struggle every day. Life is too hard right now. One of my sons works 3 jobs and the other down 2.
Fazoli's is fast, fresh, made for you Italian, starting with high quality, fresh ingredients made just the way you
Biden's economy. Our open borders are making this problem worse. It's upsetting to see millions of dollars being sent to help immigrants who came here illegally, while hardworking families who did it the right way are left struggling. The fact is that illegal immigration hurts legal immigrants the most. The Biden system is backwards and broken. In Biden's America opportunities to get ahead are dwindling, and our education system is failing our children. What happened to teaching reading, writing, and math? Now, it's like our kids are getting a degree in pronoun studies. He, she, they, them. I have expected my son to come home with a diploma in advanced day 10 theory.
God.
Life was completely different under President Trump. We prosper. To my beloved Latino community, it's time to wake up and smell the cafecito. In 2020, I made a mistake that is hard to admit, especially in this room. In 2020, I voted for Joe Biden. I'm sorry. He has made me regret it. This November, my vote won't be taken for granted. And this time, I won't regret it. Please join me in voting for Donald J. Trump.
Please welcome the president of the International Brotherhood of Teamsters, Sean O'Brien.
Now, this last speaker was announced a few days ago.
Okay. Let's see what happens here. Consigliere.
Now, remember, this is the Teamsters president.
Yes.
This almost never happens at a Republican convention.
Greetings, delegates.
No, it doesn't.
I'm Sean O'Brien, General President of the International Brotherhood of Teamsters. I'd like to give my peeps from the greatest state in the nation, Massachusetts, some props. What's up? First, I want to thank the hardworking Teamsters and union members here in Milwaukee who play vital roles in the building and operations of this convention. I also want to thank President Donald Trump for opening the RNC's doors to the Teamsters Union and inviting me to speak before you tonight.
A very smart political move.
Very, very smart.
I travel all across this country and meet with my members every week. You know what I see? An American worker being taken for granted. Workers being sold out to big banks, big tech, corporates, and the elite. And I'm not the only one who sees this. Everyday families see it. The American people aren't stupid. They know the system is broken. We all know how Washington is run. Yep. Working people have no chance of winning this fight.
The times we're living in.
Here today, because I refuse to keep doing the same things my predecessors did.
And that made me one of the most powerful statements of the night.
Yep.
Today, the Teamsters are here to say we are not beholden to anyone or any party. We will create an agenda and work with a bipartisan coalition ready to accomplish something real for the American worker. And I don't care about getting criticized. It's an honor to be the first Teamster in our 121-year history to address the Republican National Convention.
Damn it, baby. Big. Go for the Joe Worker.
I asked the RNC and the DNC for the opportunity to speak. To be frank, when President Trump invited me to speak at this convention, there was political unrest on the left and on the right. Hard to believe. Anti-union groups demanded the president rescind his invitation. The left called me a traitor. And this is precisely why it's so important for me to be here today. Think about this. Think about this. The Teamsters are doing something correct. If the extremes in both parties think I shouldn't be on this stage. President Trump had the backbone to open the doors to this Republican convention, and that's unprecedented. No other nominee in the race would have invited the Teamsters into this arena. Now, you can have whatever opinion you want, but one thing is clear. President Trump is a candidate who is not afraid of hearing from new, loud, and often critical voices. And I think we all can agree, whether people like him or they don't like him, in light of what happened to him on Saturday, he has proven to be one tough SOB.
Damn. At least it's arcing up over the night.
Yeah.
Which is good.
Now, when I won the presidency of the Teamsters in a national election 2.5 years ago, we started reaching across the aisle. In the past, the Teamsters have endorsed GOP candidates, including Nixon, Reagan, and George H.W. Bush. But over the last 40 years, the Republican Party has really pursued strong relationships with organized labor. There are some in the party who stand in active opposition to labor unions. This too must change.
Calling them out. I like it.
And I want to be clear. At the end of the day, the Teamsters are not interested if you have a D, R, or an I next to your name. We want to know what you're doing to help American workers.
Okay. Good, what's that?
As a negotiator, I know that no window or door should ever be permanently shut. In my administration, the Teamsters reached out to 8 Republican senators who stood up for railroad Teamsters over our fight for paid sick leave. Josh Hawley was one of them.
Yeah. Missouri. Yep.
We started talking. Senator Hawley changed his position on national right to work. Then we started walking. Senator Hawley walked a Teamsters picket line in St. Louis and a UAW picket line in Wentzville, Missouri. More than that, I want to recognize Senator Hawley for his direct, relentless, and pointed questioning of corporate talking heads, lawyers, CEOs, and apologists. He has shown he is not willing to accept their pillaging of working people's pocketbooks. I know from a career in negotiating that you get nowhere by slamming your fist on the table. The first step is to listen. The Teamsters and the GOP may not agree on many issues, but a growing group has shown the courage to sit down and consider points of view that aren't funded by big money think tanks. Senators like J.D. Vance, Roger Marshall, and Representatives Nicole Malliotakis, Mike Lawler, and Brian Fitzpatrick are among elected officials who truly care about working people. And this group is expanding and is putting fear into those who have monopolized our very broken system in America today. There are far too many people on both sides of the aisle still caught up in knee-jerk reactions to unions, who subscribe to the same tired claptrap that unions destroy American companies. Take a moment to consider United Parcel Service, which is the largest private sector logistics company, and it's been unionized for more than 100 years. More than 350,000 Teamsters make it run. We work for good middle-class wages, quality health care, and secure pensions. There are work rules that ensure fairness and due process for both sides. UPS is the most efficient package delivery company in the world. But let's not forget that UPS doesn't provide these great wages and benefits out of the kindness of its heart. UPS does it because the Teamsters fight for it, all 350,000 of us. You know, corporatists hate when working people join together to form unions. But for a century, major employers have waged a war against labor by forming corporate unions of their own. We need to call the Chamber of Commerce and the business roundtables what they are. They are unions for big business. And here's another fact. Against gigantic multinational corporation, an individual worker has zero power. It's only when Americans band together in democratic unions that we win real improvements on wages, benefits, and working conditions. Companies like Amazon are bigger than most national economies. Amazon is valued over $2 trillion. That makes it the 14th largest economy in the world. What is sickening is that Amazon has abandoned any national allegiance. Amazon's sole focus is on lining its own pockets. Remember, elites have no party, elites have no nation. Their loyalty is to the balance sheet and the stock price at the expense of the American worker. In my office in Washington, D.C., I can see the United States Capitol from my window. I see well-intentioned people arrive in Washington and get eaten up by an unforgiving system. The responsibility to average Americans takes a back seat. The objective now becomes survival. Fundraiser after fundraiser, corporate consultants hedge every initiative. The Hill crawls with lifers, bouncing from government jobs to corporate jobs and back again. I think we can all agree DC is a pretty treacherous area. Most legislation is never meant to go anywhere, and it's all talk. And in America, talk isn't cheap. It's very expensive, and it comes at the cost of our own country. Working people know our system is broken. The elites are not laboring on behalf of workers. There is a political caste system that prevents citizens from accessing their representatives to hold them accountable. For a moment in time, working people in America were seen as essential. Sadly, it took a global pandemic for political and corporate elites to notice this fact. But ask yourself this question. Since the end of the pandemic, when was the last time you heard major news outlets regularly refer to workers as essential? You haven't. The men and women who provide goods and services, deliver packages, stock grocery shelves, care for patients, pick up your trash, and keep our communities safe are taken for granted. All the while, the stock market booms, housing prices hit record highs, and corporate salaries skyrocket. But the income of everyday Americans are shrinking in the face of inflation. At the gas pumps, at the grocery store, with the electrical bill, and with the car insurance. This has got to change. Never forget, American workers own this nation. We are not renters. We are not tenants, but the corporate elite treat us like squatters, and that is a crime. We've got to fix it. Now, this will shock you. This will shock you. To paraphrase Senator Mark Wayne Mullen, it's time for both sides of Congress to stand their butts up. We need trade policies that put American workers first. It needs to be easier for companies to remain in America.
Okay.
We need legal protections that make it safer for workers to get a contract. We must stop corporations from abandoning local communities to inflate their bottom line. We need meaningful bankruptcy reform. Today, corporate vultures buy up companies like Yellow Freight with the intent of driving them into bankruptcy and feasting on their remains. The courts leave workers begging for crumbs as third-tier creditors. Labor law must be reformed. Americans vote for a union but can never get a union contract. Companies fire workers who try to join unions and hide behind toothless laws that are meant to protect working people but are manipulated to benefit corporations. This is economic terrorism at its best. An individual cannot withstand such an assault. A fired worker cannot afford corporate taste, and these greedy employers know it. There are no consequences for the company, only the worker. We need corporate welfare reform. Under our current system, massive companies like Amazon, Uber, Lyft, and Walmart take zero responsibilities for the workers they employ. These companies offer no real health insurance, no retirement benefits, no paid leave, relying on underfunded public assistance. And who foots the bill? The individual taxpayer. The biggest recipients of welfare in this country are corporations, and this is real corruption. We must put workers first. What could be more important to the security of our nation than a long-term investment in the American worker? In 2021, Teamsters nationwide elected me to fight for them, and that's precisely what I'm doing. Something is wrong in this country, and we need to say it out loud. I will always speak for America and the American worker, both union and non-union. I challenge each and every one of you, and especially my friends on the Democratic side, to embrace cooperation, to truly collaborate, to achieve meaningful and productive change, to ensure we make this great nation in this world the bigger, faster, and strongest nation in the entire world. I love this country. The Teamsters love this country. Our 1.3 million members move America on the roads, in the ports, on the rail, and in the air. And at the end of the day, if the powers to be stop me from raising my voice on behalf of American workers, I will not have one single regret. I still carry my commercial driver's license. I still have my place on the union seniority list. You'll find me back in Boston driving a tractor trailer, delivering equipment for Shaughnessy and Ahern. because I have the protection of a union contract that gives me the freedom to speak my mind and to fight like hell. God bless the greatest nation. Thank you very much.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome back RNC Chairman Michael Whatley.
This is the end.
Yeah, this is the end of the first night.
Mm-hmm.
For a benediction, please welcome Pastor James Remke.
It's a great pleasure to be here. Great pleasure to see President Donald Trump safe. And if I may, before the benediction, give you this promise. You're going to be so blessed. You're going to be tired of being blessed. I guarantee it.
Okay, it's good. Oh, Jesus. Oh, dear.
That's great. That's great.
Believe me. Let us pray. In the name of the Father, and the Son, and of the Holy Spirit. Amen. Almighty God, you have given us this good land as our heritage. Grant that we remember your generosity and constantly do your will. Bless our land with honest industry, truthful education, and an honorable way of life. Save us from violence, discord, and confusion, from pride and arrogance, and from every evil course of action. We give thanks to you for keeping President Trump safe. We pray for the families of those affected by the demonic violence at the rally on Saturday. And we pray you would send your holy angels to guard and keep President Trump from all harm and danger. Grant that we who came from many nations with many different languages may become a united people. Support us in defending our liberties, and give those to whom we have entrusted the authority of government the spirit and wisdom that there may be justice and peace in our land. When times are prosperous, may our hearts be thankful. And in troubled times, do not let our trust in you fail. Through Jesus Christ our Lord. Amen.
Amen.
The Lord bless you and keep you. The Lord make his face shine on you and be gracious to you. The Lord look upon you with favor and give you peace. Amen.
For a benediction, please welcome from California National Committee woman Harmeet Dillon.
Thank you, everyone. These last 48 hours have been some of the most intense, yet most prayerful of our lives. The heinous attack on President Trump and his supporters made all of us pause and seek answers and comfort. From a family of Sikh immigrants, I am honored to share with you, my fellow Republicans and guests tonight, a prayer from my faith tradition practiced by over 25 million worldwide. We recite the Ardas prayer before any new endeavor, giving thanks to God and asking for his protection and help to uphold the values of humility, truth, courage, service, and justice for all. To show respect, we cover our heads when we pray. तू ठाकर तुम पे अरदास जियो पिंड सब तेरी रास तुम मात पिता हम बारक तेरे, तुम्हारी कृपा में सुख कनेरे, कोई न जाने तुम्हारा अंत, ऊंचे ते ऊंचा भगवंत, सगल समगरी तुमरे सूतर धारी, तुम ते होए सो आज्ञाकारी, तुम्हारी गत मित तुम ही जानी, नानक दास सदा कुर्बानी. Dear Waheguru, our one true God, we thank you for creating America as a unique haven on this earth where all people are free to worship according to their faith. We seek your blessings and guidance for our beloved country. Please bless our people with wisdom as they vote in the upcoming election, and please bless with humility, honesty, skill, and integrity all those who conduct the election. Finally, we thank you for the Chardi Kala spirit that we have witnessed in President Trump. That is, the tireless and uplifting spirit that is sustained even in the face of violent adversity, like a founding father centuries ago. And we thank you, dear God, for protecting his life. We thank you for his examples of nirbha, fearlessness, and nirvair, the absence of hate when faced with vitriol. These examples of extraordinary calm inspire us. Nanak Naam Chardi Kala Tere Bane Sarbatta Pala. May your name forever be exalted, spreading happiness and blessings and good spirit, that everyone may prosper and enjoy the grace of your peace. Thank you.
Senator Vance, congratulations. President Trump, we are honored to have you here tonight, and on behalf of the entire Republican Party all across America, we are grateful for you to be our nominee for the 47th President of the United States of America. The chair declares that the 2024 Republican National Convention stand in recess until tomorrow at 5 p.m.
And with that, ladies and gentlemen, that brings an end to the first day of the Republican National Committee Convention in Milwaukee, Wisconsin. My name is Brian Trippett. I am the Front Porch Conservative. I'm joined by my good buddy, Ruben Christopher Haynes. Ruben, I'm going to throw it to you. First thoughts.
Good first day. It had some ups and downs all together. Good. And not great, just good. But again, they had to change things around because of Trump. But the entire day from the getting all of the festivities they've been going through, they've had to work through a lot, got it done, and I'm really proud of what they've accomplished. And the overall message today regarding wealth was a little off, but there are some key points in there that they hit pretty well. But all in all, good night. But not great. Because here's one thing. Again, there's one of two things happening.
Okay.
Either I'm extremely bored because I'm very tired from watching it and very sleepy. So was it that exciting enough to keep me awake? Not really. Byron Donalds, yes. Other ones that stuck out, yes. But altogether, it was okay.
The Republicans have a problem right now, and I don't quite know how they're going to work their way through this. Here's the problem, at least as I see it. They have almost, in one sense, boxed themselves into a self-made trap. And here's what I'm getting at. Ever since Saturday, there's this desire to make sure that we are, cooling the temperature, so to speak, or that we are, not engaging in rhetoric that is divisive. Okay. I'm starting to wonder if the Republicans aren't throttling themselves needlessly. Here's what I'm getting at. You can go after Joe Biden on a myriad of policy disagreements, and you can do it with just good old-fashioned relish. Okay? They are so toning themselves down that it just borders on the moment of, we're both having almost the same reaction, and bless the hearts of everybody who is here in the audience on both YouTube and Rumble. Conventions anymore are giant infomercials. Let's just be honest about it.
Yeah,
okay?
yeah.
With the exception of the presidential nominee speech and the vice presidential nominee speech, most of it you could more or less get rid of. Okay,
yeah, you should, and that's why I'm saying it's going to change, because the so-so speeches are up until 8:00, and then from 8 to 10, it's when it's the big speeches. The 2 hour block. Let's get that. And then they ranted up that way. They ranted up that way. They did that. And the hits or misses and all that stuff. But the idea, the overall, because I can't fault them, because again, the overall theme was wealth, and it wasn't really about that. They did have the little spots of the regular Americans that's helped out. Some helped, some were a little difficult, but the theming of it wasn't very cohesive as much as it should have been.
Yeah,
but
I agree.
But it was there, but it wasn't there. But then again, is it this way because of what happened on Saturday and everything was thrown off and things were reinserted in, because there were some stuff that was inserted in differently?
Yeah.
Because again, they moved everything up because Trump was going to arrive and announce. So when everything happened, they said, "Let's get it out. Let's just go. We got to go. We can't wait."
Yeah.
So that's what happened. So.
Yeah, I mean, like I say, when I watch a political convention, not that I watch every moment of it. Now that I'm sort of live streaming, I'm trying to figure out good ways to do it for the benefit of my audience and myself. I'm expecting, when I watch one of these things, a little more red meat. I'm expecting a Governor Ann Richards moment of poor George. He can't help it. He was born with a silver spoon in his mouth.
Right.
I'm expecting some memorable lines that you walk away from it and you go, "Oh, that's a great speech." Or for example, Reagan's great speech at 92 in Houston. I knew Thomas Jefferson. Thomas Jefferson was a friend of mine. Trust me, Mr. Clinton, you're no Thomas Jefferson. Just stuff like that. Right. They are absolute. And maybe this changes over the next 2 or 3 nights, but they are absolutely boxing themselves in, and they are not going after Joe Biden's economic record, foreign policy record with any relish. You can do it without being, quote, divisive. You can do it without, raising the temperature of the rhetoric. You can do all of that without it. The Democrats are going to accuse you of it anyway. Okay. But I'm telling you right now, if the rest of the Republican convention is like this, absent Vance's speech and Trump's speech, then they may as well just shut it down now. And I'm not trying to be overly critical here, but I'm telling you right now, they're not giving anybody any reason. The Amber Rose speech I thought was great.
Yes.
It was absolutely great. Okay. And even, Sean O'Brien of the Teamsters. And by the way, that had to be the weirdest juxtaposition I've ever seen, watching a Democrat give a speech at a Republican National Convention and basically lecturing free trade Republicans about how they're screwing over the working man. You got to know there's a bunch of people sitting in the audience going, what the hell did we do letting this guy come in here?
I know, but still, he has a point.
I mean, Mark Robinson, his speech was great. The lieutenant governor of North Carolina, I thought Donald's was great. I thought John James was real good.
Youngkin.
Amber Rose was fantastic. The worst speech of the night was David Sachs.
Mm-hmm.
Mother of God. What? I mean, I know he donated a crap pile of money. I get that's why he gets 5 minutes on stage. But, you know,
right.
Mother of God, that may have been the worst speech I've ever heard at a political convention.
Yeah.
Glenn Youngkin was a great surprise.
Right.
Glenn Youngkin was fantastic. I mean, I'm not kidding when I say that it was a pleasant surprise for me. He really was. I thought Youngkin was great, but I'm telling you right now, the Republicans better shake themselves out of this self-imposed funk that they have put on themselves, or they're headed for trouble coming out of this convention. I mean, Vance's speech might save them. Trump's speech definitely will. But if the rest of the speakers are about like this tonight, with the notable exceptions that you and I have mentioned and that others have mentioned in chat, if they don't shake themselves out of this, they're headed for trouble out of this convention. Now, that's just me. Like I say, I could be absolutely dead wrong, but that's what's coming across to me. Woman.
I'm counting how many conventions have I been to, or actually, well, I've been to conventions before, but how many I follow? I follow them. I've been following them since '76. So
that's an interesting way of looking at it.
That is true.
You know, yeah.
It's not my first
But
rodeo.
couple other things I want to touch on, because I was asked to talk about these from earlier today, just pieces of news, not necessarily convention related. And let me get them pulled up here. Talking about some of what we watched tonight.
Mm-hmm.
Give me 1 second here. I'm looking for something real fast that I was specifically asked to talk about. Come on. Yeah, there was one thing I'll go ahead and put up here right now. The widow of Corey Comparator, President Biden tried to call her.
Oh, yeah, I heard.
Folks, I don't know if you've heard about this yet, but she refused the call. And let me see if I can. Yeah, here we go. Oh, that's the picture. Hang on. Yeah, she absolutely refused to take his call. She wouldn't talk to him. And I went, whoa, man. Here's from the New York Post. I don't know if you guys have seen this yet or not. Firefighter Corey Comparator's widow refused Biden's call after Trump rally shooting, quote, didn't want to talk to him. Article by Stephen Vago and George Fitzgibbon. The widow of widow Corey Comparator, the hero firefighter shot dead by a sniper at a Trump rally, wanted nothing to do with Biden when he called after the tragedy, told the Post. Quote, I didn't want to talk to him. I didn't want to talk to him. My husband was a devout Republican, and he would not have wanted me to talk to him. So, yeah. Well, you can't blame her.
Right.
You cannot blame her. Yeah. Yeah, just really amazing. And there was another story, and I'm thinking that it was Gypsy who sent this to me, and I am desperately trying to find this. So I apologize. I probably should have had this saved better than what I did. So hang on. I'm still looking. Oh, yes. Here it is. Gypsy had sent this to me a little bit earlier in the day. And this comes from Liz Cochran, who is an award-winning author, seasoned journalist of 20 years. I have seen so many people randomly in street corners holding up Trump signs today, and a ton of cars driving around, not just with Trump bumper stickers, but with Trump flags. I stopped at a stand selling Trump merchandise to pick up some new MAGA gear. The woman working at the stand said this has been one of the busiest days ever. Also, she said the main talking point about everyone she talked about today is saying that they were afraid before to wear Trump gear, put a sign in their yard or on their car because they didn't want to deal with the harassment or damage to their property. She said people are now saying they no longer have any fear. The consensus is if Trump takes a bullet for us, we can deal with property damage, harassment, etc. So it's on fight, fight, fight.
Mm-hmm.
I'm telling you, and Ruben, I mean, give me your thoughts on this. Psychologically, lay aside the question of Trump for a second, okay? Psychologically, what do you think that gunshot did to the country? Just generally, I mean, I'm not even talking Republican, Democrat, liberal, conservative. I'm not even talking about that. I'm talking about as a nation, as a people.
It's important. It's interesting. It's interesting you say that, because I basically was thinking about this yesterday, and I wanted to write about this, and I haven't had time. The nation right now is in a form of adolescence, the digital age, and it's the digital age and having things done right away. I had coined when I was younger the microwave popcorn generation, because I remember when I would make popcorn, I would have to get the pan, heat it, get the oil, get the butter, get the kernels, put it in there, watch it. It's a process that you have to know. Now, and then back then it was just a button, push a button. And now what do we have? We have phones that do the same thing. It's a button away. You're supposed to do anything. You don't have to do these things. So you have one part of society is saying that use the app, just put a mask on. You like Star Wars the way it is. DEI is good. Diversity is the way it should be. You know, women's rights are important. You have your body, your choice, but you have to follow what we say. It's a mixed message. But the thing is that the society is saying this in so many different ways, through media, through television, this and that. And they're always saying these things. And you had the point, you had who was it, Rittenhouse, you had Sandman, you had all these trials, all these things that were jumped to conclusions right away. And if you remember, the very first things that people said regarding Trump was that he was startled, there was noises, he tripped, he fell. That was the first thing they said. What we have to do from now until election day is hammer home that the media industrial complex is not on your side. It's not about Trump. It's about them and you have to protect yourself and fight for your rights. What happened on Saturday, it's like a oh shit moment where the nation just went, wait a minute.
Yeah.
What the hell has happened here? Yeah,
I agree.
We're just on Twitter shit talking. This is someone took it too far. Why? And you have one side who will just say, ban the guns. The other side, we have to work on mental issues, but no one's actually doing anything. What happened then, like I said, Trump walked in, the energy in the room skyrocketed. It's basically, not to be blasphemous, Jesus rising from the grave in a way after being shot, theoretically. And it's important, basically the symbolism in that way, to survive a bullet, to keep on fighting. And to basically say, just like that post said, I'm no longer afraid to wear my gear. I'm no longer afraid to say what I can say. And most people were like that. What was the one thing? You had the silent majority back in the 80s, you had the Reagan Democrats. Yeah. That surge is coming. So that's why I say 84 and even 72 could be like 2024. Trump could sweep everything. And could just be, it could be like he could even get, like I said, he could get Oregon, he can get Minnesota, he'll get Pennsylvania, he'll get, he could probably get New York.
Yeah, I think honestly, on election night, there are going to be states that are going to go that no one thought would go to Trump. And then let me expand on that. We'll take that one step further. It's not, don't get me wrong, the underlying factors for why Trump should win are there. A bad economic record under the stewardship of Joe Biden. Bad problems internationally under the stewardship of Joe Biden. The common denominator being the stewardship of Joe Biden. But what's going to make these states go won't necessarily be the normal underlying issues that you and I might otherwise look at. It's going to be Trump's mugshot in Atlanta. It's going to be Trump walking in and out of the courtroom. Trump talking to the construction workers in Manhattan. Trump visiting the bodega. Trump going to the Bronx and having a rally with 10 or 15,000 people. Trump in Butler, Pennsylvania. It's going to be that the iconic picture of him holding up his fist as they're walking him off the stage and the blood coming down his cheek. People are going to go to the ballot box, and yeah, they're going to be thinking about the inflation and the southern border and the crime and the everything else. But one or possibly a combination of those things I just mentioned, the mugshot, the picture at Butler, everything else is going to be in their head and they go, I've got to vote for this guy.
Right.
I might be a lifelong Democrat, but I'm pulling the switch for Trump.
But the whole idea is the fact that a lot of us through that grew up and we know we have associations with other people that have like comic books and superheroes and all that stuff.
Yeah.
And the idea of the superhero, like I was mentioning, I told you, Batman is Bruce Wayne, billionaire, but he wears cape. Trump is doing the same thing, except he's not doing no gadgets, no cape and all that stuff. He's doing the exact same as Batman does. He's trying to make a difference, and he doesn't care. But he's not like a secret identity. He's actually doing his real identity out there. He's doing it. He's putting his money where his mouth is.
Absolutely. All right. I tell you what, with that, folks, we're going to go ahead and wrap it up. Ruben, where can people find you on social media, and what can they do to best help you out right now?
You can find me on Rumble, YouTube, X, Instagram is working again. I'm just getting things back. Just follow me there. I haven't been posting a lot of videos because I've been busy with other things with life. Life's more important to me. And, that's the most important thing, building up my life, my future, how I'll be with my future wife and, my future life with happiness, as I'm just concentrating on that right now. But, things are, going very well. So I'm just glad to be here and just want to say thanks to everybody.
All right. And for my part, my name is Brian Trippett. I'm the Front Porch Conservative. You can find me on Rumble. You can find me on YouTube. Please subscribe to my channel. Please subscribe to Ruben's channel. You can also find me on Twitter. We're going to be back tomorrow night, 7 p.m. Eastern. Once I find out the absolute order of the speakers, and we'll go from there. But odds are we will be starting at 7 p.m. Eastern tomorrow night. I will be back 2 o'clock tomorrow afternoon. And from there, we'll be doing another session of Chatting on the Porch. I want to thank everybody who has stuck with us through now over 4 hours of being on this live stream. You guys are totally awesome. Go home, get to bed, get some sleep. We will go get some sleep. No, Ruben and I are not sleeping together. He's sleeping in one place. I'm sleeping in another.
Yeah. We're going.
Let's not get that rumor started. We are going to sleep, but separately. Okay, I can just see this getting clipped right now.
God, I'm tired. I'm just dead tired right now, dude.
Yeah, I know. Anyway, folks, thank you so very much for being here. I'll see you guys tomorrow afternoon around 2. So God bless you guys. Thank you, and have a good night.
Taya, call me or go.